friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome. I guess I went to this scene instead of this scene. Welcome to Coding Garden. Do I have the right? Yeah, I have the right chat on here. Welcome. Hello. Welcome to the Friday stream. We're working on Listed, which is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. Yes, Mark has the clip. Is this the clip? Oh, yeah. Okay, so if you're wondering why there are... Yeah, there's no mic on that scene. Man! There you go. You should be able to hear me. Okay, the link that Mark shared is why there are beans on the table. Yes, you should be able to hear me now. How's everybody doing? Happy Friday. There's quite a few of you here. I appreciate it. We went live on YouTube first today. We did. I mean, we wrote some React code. We wrote some Next.js code today over on YouTube, but it was pretty rushed just because I wanted to go live back over here. This is literally your first time in my chat, and you want me to click on a link. What do you want from me, Wise Hippopotamus? Also, what do you think of my new background? What do you think of it? I talked about this earlier, but I spent like an hour on Midjourney today, generating images. Let me show you some of the stuff that I generated, because it's pretty cool. Okay, I'll take a look at the link. I used the prompt Cyberpunk Secret Garden, and this is what I got. Oh wait, the boss scene from Contra? I haven't played it, so I'm not familiar. But I said Secret Garden, Cyberpunk, pixel art. Yeah, that. Check it out. So this is the one that you're looking at. I tried to use V4 of Midjourney. So I used Midjourney. If you haven't heard of it, midjourney.com, you can learn more about it. You like join a Discord server and then you send a command to generate them. I tried to use the V4 command, but I wasn't able to upscale this. So basically what happens is you, it'll generate something that looks like this, and then you get to choose one of them to upscale. But this one, it got stuck at like 93% generation. So I just clipped the areas, and it still looks fine because it's pixel art. It can be small. These are some of my later iterations. I realized if you ask it for words, because I said with a poster on the wall that says code, it does not know how to do words. Yeah, it does not know. But this is pretty cool. And this was from the same prompt as this one. But then here's some other ones. This one was super cool. It's like I don't know. It's a secret garden. There's a secret entrance, and there's like a console. I used Midjourney for these. This too, it has like a little numpad on the door. I really liked how the roots of this tree are like very digital, you know, like they're very like hard turns and stuff like that. This one was cool. That one's cool. That one was cool. I didn't know how the UI worked, so I generated like so many different versions of this. I mean, this one's all right. It's just like a big old like machine with a bunch of plants around it. This one was cool too, but I didn't get to upscale it. But it's almost like it's like a shrine to the PC with the stuff around it. Do you have to enter something into the prompt to get a landscape image? Oh, aspect ratio. Yeah, --AR 16:9. So if you tell it you want a 16:9 aspect ratio, and it'll create like an image like this. Yeah, these are slick. Yeah, I'll upload these real quick to Imager. Give me a second. And then I'll click that Twitter link from the person. I mean, Limotes, you said the link is safe, but is it relevant? Is it like, should I click on it? Do you want to hear my opinion on whatever that thing is? How similar all those images are. 100% of the focus on the geometrical center and artifacts on the sides. Um, um, the dude completed all LeetCode questions. That's cool. That's cool. Uh, Here, you can have these images. I guess you can. I think technically, am I the owner of them because I used AI to generate them? I don't know. This is a similar. I don't know if this is the exact prompt that I used. This is similar to the prompt that I used. They're so cool. They're so cool. Okay. Legally, no one knows. Okay, so if you have not heard of the project that we're working on today, we probably won't get started for another like 10, 15 minutes. So click this link. You probably only need the first recap because that recaps how we set up the database and everything. And today, when we're integrating Auth, we're really just going to touch the database. We might do a little bit of UI code for the login, but basically we're going to be implementing OAuth with Auth.js. So Auth.js is from the same team that brought you NextAuth. Oh, wow, Limotes. Well, thank you for trying. I'm sorry I can't pay you for your time. Thanks for trying. You spent an hour trying to fix the ESLint import issue. Yeah, I'll show you all what we're talking about. So we set up ESLint, and for the most part, it works everywhere. But we cannot, for the life of us, figure out how to tell ESLint where this import is from. So, yeah. But thanks for trying, Limotes. I appreciate you. All the problems you solved? Nice, nice. Glad to hear it. But yeah, so NextAuth is like the de facto auth solution for Next.js applications. And the same team has decided to start working on this thing called Auth.js, which is basically like using the same base of the library. I mean, there's in a way, they're kind of rewriting it, but also eventually they want Next to use the same base. But they're rewriting it so it's framework agnostic and it can be used with other things. So they have a demo working with SvelteKit and Solid Start. So we're going to be adding this to our application to get OAuth with Google. So users can log in with Google, and then eventually we'll like get their we'll add a scope where we get their YouTube info, like what channels they're subscribed to and stuff like that. That may be optional though, because I want people to be able to use our app without needing to provide any of their like YouTube info. But then if they want to, like if they want better channel suggestions, then they can add the scope that says we get access to their subscribed channels. Something like that. But right now, we're just going to do the basic auth. So basically, users are going to get inserted into our DB. We'll have the full OAuth flow. Yeah. Full ownership rights. I mean, that's very bold of them to say. Because it's... But thank you, Midjourney. Thank you for giving me full ownership rights of something that was generated using the art style of real humans. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Taro. I think like since the last time I tried this, so yeah, if you recall, I did a series called Choosing a Full Stack Framework, where I tried Next.js and Nuxt and SvelteKit and Remix. We settled on SvelteKit, which is why we're building the app with SvelteKit now. But when we tried Auth.js with SvelteKit, this was probably like a month and a half ago, it was very broken. But now I do believe it's fixed. I do believe it's fixed. What do you got, Oscar? Oh, did you generate that? Is this Coding Garden? I was thinking, I'm out of Midjourney credits. Honestly, I'm probably gonna pay for Midjourney because it's so cool. I'm just gonna like generate a bunch of art. But I thought of trying to generate an art piece, which is me sitting on a throne of baked beans, like not baked cans of baked beans. So, man with black hair, a mustache, and a goatee, sitting on a throne made out of cans of baked beans. Somebody generate that. Midjourney is free for like your first, like, I think it's like 15 or so generations. I messed up because I didn't realize that when I clicked one of the buttons, like it didn't give me any immediate feedback. So like I clicked them several times and I wasted a bunch of credits regenerating the same thing over and over again. But yeah, so we're going to be implementing Auth.js with Google OAuth, and we're implementing it inside of SvelteKit, which is a meta framework built on top of Svelte. So I missed a few chats. Am I going to make a series like this, but with Vue? Probably. So hopefully in a few months, the Nuxt ecosystem has matured a bit more, because Nuxt is friggin' sweet. Like, yeah, I think once the ecosystem matures a bit more, like people are gonna realize that like you want less boilerplate. You want things to be magic, and that's what Nuxt gives you. It almost feels like Ruby on Rails. I haven't mentioned that on stream before, but it almost feels like Ruby on Rails, like how magic everything is, and you just end up writing way less code. So yeah, we'll do something with Nuxt eventually. This isn't quite it. I'm Space Ducks because well, maybe because we do have these ambient modules. Maybe we need this reference thing. I don't know. We're not going to try to fix it because we literally sunk like at least 30 minutes of our own time. I also tried looking at it again after stream. Limo's tried looking at it. I think we're at a point where I'm not going to be able to fix it. Computer generated art isn't copyrightable. Yeah. Yeah, welcome in. I'm Dinaj. Welcome in. iTouch says, "What's the use case of TRPC exactly?" I would say if you were going to be building an API anyways with like Express or something like that, and your front end was already a JavaScript or TypeScript app, you could benefit from TRPC. Because basically left-hand side, API code, right-hand side, client code with full type completion. But basically, if your front end for your back end is also going to be in TypeScript, if both are in TypeScript, that's the use case of TRPC. And BGNYC, thank you for that prime. With something like GraphQL, they have code generators for all kinds of clients. So if your client isn't written in TypeScript, let's say it's like a native Swift app or a native Android app or something in Go or something like that, it might not make sense to have TRPC as your backend because you don't have a TypeScript front end. So for that, you might choose like GraphQL or something like Feathers.js because it has like schema generation. But yeah, TypeScript is when you have TypeScript everywhere. I missed a bunch of things. And BGNYC, thank you for that prime. Appreciate you. And HTTP 404 with the resub. DJ McMuffin 420 with the 15 months. Great to finally be able to catch the stream again. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, so I have not determined if we're going to use TRPC in this app. I actually don't know if we need to, but Otto from Automated, or his name is Automated, he created a SvelteKit TRPC package that looks pretty nice. TRPC Svelte query. Oh yeah, and it's also built on top of TanStack query. It's really new though. I mean, I looked at the README. It seems fine. He built this live on stream. We rated him once and he was working on this. We might use something like this. It seems pretty cool. But honestly, I don't know if we're even going to need TRPC in the app that we're building. Yeah. All right. Let's say hi to everybody. We'll take a step back. We'll take a deep breath. I'll give you a quick overview of the code base, and then we'll start writing some code. Oh, actually, no. Never mind. There's some things I need to review on GitHub. Oscar made a PR that added a GitHub action. We're gonna merge that first. We'll merge that, and then we'll start writing other code. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, and so there's a lot of new people here today. Anybody that has been here for a long time, please help them out with the more common questions. We've got Break, we've got VS Code, we've got all of the frequently asked questions over there. What do people also ask? We have stuff about my keyboard. What else? But just if you see a common question, please respond to them because I can't respond to every single common question. All right. If you want me to say hi to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day. Win 32-0 day. It's been so long. Welcome back. Glad to see you. You can write a message that matches this regular expression. Here's the thing. I could write a better regular expression, but if you write a message that says hi with a bunch of I's or hey with a bunch of Y's, this regular expression does not detect it. So if you really want me to say hi, just say hello or hi. Basically, one of these words. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's go back in time. 1 hour ago, Ryan said, "Hey, if you're doing next, can we set things up with TRPC? Poking around, yeah." Actually, yeah. I think that's honestly the answer, Ryan, is to use automateds because there is a package out there called Svelte TRPC, but I looked at it and it was like, what does it even do? What you really want is something that's going to handle hydration and server-side rendering versus the client-side calls, and Otto's library handles that, and he has in his README he talks about how you can set that up. So honestly, look at Otto's code. So yeah, all right, and hello Ryan, welcome in. What's up Zelino and Timon or Timon? How's it going? What's up America 2050 and Shark Turn Up and hello Limotes and Niter and Pobflip and Highvise and Yada Dev. Yeah, and hopefully that answered your question earlier, Highvise. Like, it will be harder to find a job without a college degree, because I will say this, especially larger companies in the U.S. They've just been like their HR department has been around for so long that they just assume that everyone that's going to be working at their company has a college degree. But I know of large companies that have actually removed that requirement, because there are so many people that are self-taught that don't necessarily have a degree, that they'll hire for. Now, there are people that have a degree in other things. Let's say they have like a degree in journalism, and then they decide to learn and be self-taught in programming. Companies that require a degree will hire them because are more likely to hire them because they want you to have a degree. But all of that to say, you can find a job where they don't require a degree and you can be completely self-taught. The only thing is you need a portfolio. You need some way of showing them you're capable of coding. So yeah, but you can do it. It's possible. I know a lot of people that do it. And Yada Dev, what's up? And Loading the Dev, hello. And what's up, Origin and Stas and Bob's Paradox, and hello, Kushalian and Cibitek, welcome in. And Apocryphos, and hello, One Computer Guy and Terawatt and Amasil and Mutlangi and Noko, hello. What's up, Wise Hippopotamus? What's up, Daddy Ray and Emin and Drunk Time Lord, and hello, George and Veeb and Excavator and Art Pajan, and hello, I am Dan and Verbatim and Kiss My Pixels. What's up, Shallow and Porky Log and Penguin and Elite and Ivan the Pleasant. What's up, Oxd and Win32 Day and Mihai Andre, and hello, Dopio and Rugmat and Andreas and Demerka and Stotney and WW. And Sequel Gordster, what's up, 77, and Ice Cube and Bacon Partner and the Noobtacular, and hello, Dr. Thu, and I think I saw you on Twitter, but Peniz? I don't know how to say your name. Peniz? What's up, Gene? And Late Key and the Codex, welcome in, everybody. Glad to see you. And Nephine and Terawatt, here we are. We did it. We did it. Codex says, having a degree also indicates your perseverance, even if it's not in the field. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, and that's why a lot of companies require a degree, even if it's not a computer science degree. Because it basically shows, yeah, you can go through 4 years of a thing and actually graduate with a decent GPA. But like I said, there are companies that don't require a degree at all. And I would also say, I would also say, if the company says they require a degree, apply anyways, because maybe you have a good enough portfolio, maybe you're a good enough company fit, maybe they like you enough that they will figure out a way to hire you without that requirement. So all that to say, don't be discouraged. You can find a company, you can do it. I know there are people I know of that do it. So yeah, so Hot Dense is saying they don't have a degree and they've been working for at least 20 years. They just have a high school technical degree. Fascinating. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How you doing? Are you happy to be here? I'm happy to be here. We're gonna write some code. People are interested in Auth is the thing. People really like Auth, which is why I think there's a lot more people here today. But we're gonna do it. All right. First things first. Let's merge this PR from Oscar. So, if you tuned in last stream, we set up ESLint and Prettier, and we also set up commit hooks. And hello, Slake, welcome in. So we set all of that up, and right now, if you change the codes and you have a linter error, and you try to commit, right now, it will run the linter before allowing you to commit. So if it finds a linter error, it's like, whoa, you cannot commit. So we set that up last time, but now what we also want is we want that linter script to run on GitHub whenever someone makes a pull request. So that way, at a glance, I'll actually be able to see a red check mark that says, yes, all of the lint tasks pass. So I don't even have to, I guess, like, waste my time looking at a PR if the lint script hasn't not passed yet. And eventually, once we add tests, we can add that in as well. And if the tests don't pass and the linting doesn't pass, I won't even look at a PR. It's not worth my time because the person that made the PR needs to fix that stuff. Yeah, and so when it fails, you're going to see something that looks like this embedded in GitHub. So GitHub is going to say, hey, there's a CI check that has failed. And then also, at a glance on the pull requests, you will see like a red check mark or an X here. So Oscar added this, and it's actually very simple. So it uses GitHub Actions, and with GitHub Actions, all you need is a folder called Workflows in the .github folder, and then you can create your workflows. And here we're creating the lint workflow. Pull the main branch, run it on a system that has Ubuntu, check out the code, set up Node with version 16, install the dependencies, run the linter. It's as simple as that. So with this one file, now whenever someone makes a PR, it's going to run the linter. It's going to spin up a machine. It's going to install dependencies, run the linter, and if things break, we're going to know. We're going to know how it works. Yeah, and so GitHub Actions are free for open source repo. So because this repo is public and open source, you can do it for free. If you have a private repo, you only get a certain number of executions. I think we also get a certain number of executions as an open source project. I don't think we get an infinite amount, but yeah. Welcome in, Ad Underground. -- no verify. See, that's the thing. It's like, if you really don't want to run the commits locally, sure, do -- no verify. But they're still going to run, now that we have this, they're still going to run on the CI server. I think, like, there's been some, oh, thank you, Ad Underground. You're very kind. Thank you for the primary sub. But there's been a lot of discussion around, like, should you use commit hooks at all? And I think, so here's the nuance that you potentially missed in that opinion. If you have an open source project where you have lots of people contributing that potentially don't know the coding standards, potentially aren't going to read the contributing guide, and they're going to make a PR, or they're going to, like, work on the code locally, commit hooks make sense, right? If you're working on a team and it's just you and the bros, and you and the gals, and you and all your friends, and you all trust each other, and you know to not commit things that, like, don't adhere to the linter and don't pass the test, sure. But in a world where literally anybody can open a PR, commit hooks make sense. So let's just merge this. Let's merge this. And Bailey, thank you for the sub. I don't trust myself, yeah. But honestly, I mean, I was mentioning we were going to do an entire stream on GitHub Actions, but it's fascinating how easy this is. This literally just says, use an Ubuntu machine, set up Node, run the linter. It's fascinating. All right, so let's merge this in and do it. We'll do it. So I'm going to squash these and merge it in. Add actions to lint on PRs. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of all of that. Is this doxing you right now, Oscar? I guess to show that you have it set on GitHub. I did not know that was your name, Oscar. I think that means you have your name set on GitHub. Did you know I was gonna do that? Should I end the stream right now? DM me, Oscar. I mean, honestly, like, someone could look at your GitHub repo right now. I think that if they look at your GitHub, they'll get that info. Okay, you're good? Okay. I was like, okay, he's okay. It's okay with me doing that. Great. So Add actions, squash it. Let's go. You have 5 different names. Great. I assume so. I assume so. And now it's in there. So now, when we open a PR, or if anybody opens a PR, it's going to run those checks. Yeah, I think I missed the message from Codex that says people that don't like commit hooks are likely working solo. Yeah, but again, like if you know everyone on your team is, and I guess that's not even the argument too. And Anwar, thank you for the Prime sub. The argument is also just let the CI server do all of those checks. But think about the amount of time wasted now. So if a dev doesn't know that they can run the stuff that's going to be run on the CI server locally, or doesn't get in the habit of it, they will now get in the habit of pushing the code up to the repo, waiting for CI to fail, and then going to fix it, versus just running it locally, which is going to be a much faster turnaround time. Honestly, that sounds like a great idea. It's a really good excuse to not have to work as much. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like larger teams as well. Like if you're only depending on the CI server, that's going to be a lot more CI cycles as well. Yeah. I guess that's the thing. Probably we should be choosing node 18 at this point, because I think node 18 is now the LTS. Yeah. There's some weird issues with some of the node dependencies that like haven't been updated for version 18. Yeah, so completely relevant. What are you doing? My code's compiling. Yeah, number one programmer excuse for legitimately slacking off. CI server is running. Hey, get back to work. CI server, okay, carry on. Exactly. You don't have to wait. You can go work on something else. But the thing is, certain people will use it as an excuse. I think. I don't know. We don't even need to talk about it. We got commit hooks. We got GitHub actions. Everything's great. Honey, Yasin, thank you for the sub. You're new here. A lot of new people today. Appreciate all the support. Thank you. We do need a pull request template. I'm not going to look at this today, but Gabriel Forster opened an issue that was like, hey, you could set up a template that will show up when someone opens a pull request. We probably need to do that too. Won't handle that today, but thank you, Oscar, for the GitHub actions. It's a beautiful thing. Now, let me walk you through our code base so far. This is a SvelteKit app. SvelteKit is a meta framework, a full stack framework for building apps that have server-side rendering, static site generation, etc. We are using the server-side generation and also like single-page application aspects of SvelteKit. This is our app. We got a lot of configs. We've set up a lot of stuff, but I think one of the first episodes, we generated the app and then we were working on our Prisma schema. So we're using this library called Prisma. It is an ORM for databases. We're specifically using Postgres, but they have their own schema language. We're not doing static site generation. We're only doing SSR. I might have misspoken, but we're doing SSR and also hybrid rendering, but not SSG. SSG is typically for like static content, like blogs and stuff like that. That's a lot, the Shivas. Is it because I think you missed last stream? Thank you for the 11 gifted. That is very kind of you. And also thank you for the, didn't you resub? Is that what just happened? No, that was 11 gifts. You were too kind. Thank you so much, the Shivas. Appreciate you. Hopefully you're doing all right. So yeah, Prisma is really cool. They have their own schema language. So in this Prisma file, we define our database schema. So we have a user table that has these properties. We have an enum that we'll use for the visibility of the lists that get created. Our lists we are calling feeds. Maybe I should use that in the terminology now. We have feeds that will have a bunch of feed items. And feed items right now only have a type of YouTube channel. So basically, you're a user, you log into the app, you create a new feed, you give it a name and a description. The name could be something like cooking channels. And the description is all of my favorite cooking channels on YouTube. And then you go to add a feed item. A feed item has information that you want to add about a specific channel, like I guess you could customize the name or the description, but this is also linked to feed item meta. So feed item meta is kind of like the source of truth. So basically any YouTube channel that's in our app is going to have an entry in this database table. So there'll be an entry here for, let's say, the Babbage Culinary Universe, which is a YouTube channel, or Maddie Matheson, which is a YouTube channel, or Munchies, or any other various YouTube channel is going to have an entry in here, and then it can belong to this. So this is the source of truth that has like the actual like YouTube channel ID and everything else, and then that one channel can be linked to multiple feeds via the feed item. And the Sheboss, thank you for one more gifted. I appreciate that. Why are the relation fields capitalized? Are they? What do you mean? So the left-hand side is the column name. Right after that is the type. Change the nomenclature to list? Yeah. You're probably right. I think when we were creating the database, I was like, I want a general term. And we came up with feed instead of list. We should probably call it a list. I think I agree with that, Codex. I'll let that sit for a few more minutes because we're going to have to modify the database schema today. But I think you're right. I think you're totally right. I keep talking about food channels. Yeah, I think it's the best example. But you could also have a feed of JavaScript YouTube channels, and it could have all of your favorite JavaScript channels that you want to show up in the given feed. Yeah, so this is our database. We define it here, and then when we run Prisma, it actually generates straight up SQL code. So we can look at the literal SQL code that it generated, and now we see the corresponding enums, tables, etc. Line 61, let's see. Oh, yeah, you're totally right. That should not be a capital F. It should be a lowercase f. Or should it? I think it should be a lowercase f. So like item.feed. Yeah, exactly. Like this is the closest thing to entity framework we have in the JavaScript world. I mean, there's also typo-rm, there's also Sequelize, but if you've ever used entity framework, you know how nice it is and full-featured, and it just works. Prisma is like the closest thing to that, for sure. I haven't decided on database host yet, but I think I'm going to use Supabase. So, yeah. Do I want this to be lowercase? I guess if you think about in the code, we get the object back, and .feed would be an object that has the feed information. So yeah, I think I want it to be lowercase. Yeah. Cool. I'm not familiar with the Java world, but I know in Ruby on Rails there's active record. It has different ideas than entity framework, but it's just as full featured. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is our database schema. It generates the SQL, good to go, runs that against the database. We are using a Postgres database, so I need to spin up Docker real quick. And we just set up a super basic Docker compose that spins up a Postgres image, and then it pulls the user, password, and database from our environment variables so we can connect to that database. Let's see, I got a bunch of stuff going. I don't want any of this. Stop it. There we go. But when I spin this up, now I have a Postgres database that we can actually connect to. So if I do docker compose up, that will start up the database. We have not containerized the app itself. The app itself still runs on our machine with Node, but we just connect to the Postgres database inside of this container. So that's that. We did a bunch of setup on our linter file and stuff. Go check out the summary videos for that. And then I'll give you a tour of the codes. So we also set up internationalization, which needs some work, but again, today we're going to work on auth. So any request that comes into our app is going to hit this hooks.server first, which will look at the incoming accept language header and detect the language of the user. And then we set that locale, or the locale of the user. we set that locale to be used throughout the rest of the app. So every single request coming into our app hits this thing first. We detect what language do they want us to render the app as, and then we use that language everywhere else. We've got our layout. So in Svelte, your top level layout inside of routes is going to be the layout for every single page. And layout.server would run first during the server-side render. And all we're doing here is we're exposing that locale that we got from the hook. We're exposing that as data that can be used even on the client side. So we do that here, and then we load that specific locale. So this file is going to run during a server-side render, but also just on the client side itself. And we want to load the specific locale of the user, so English, Spanish, etc. And then we have the layout page. So this is the shell that all of our the rest of our pages get loaded into. We're using a UI library called Skeleton, which is really nice. It's built on top of Tailwind. It works with SvelteKit. And so we're bringing in the theme and the default styles. And then we're also bringing in our post CSS file, which has some basic variables that we've overridden. We're bringing in some components from Skeleton UI to have like a nav bar and like a center area and stuff like that. We're setting the locale on the client side. And this is what I mean by the data is accessible on, wait, that should have a type. What are you doing? I think I need to run the server. These gestures. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, man. I don't want to spend today updating a library. Yeah, you're totally right, Tout Simple. We need to do that because I saw the changes, and it's not significant, but before we add any more skeleton code, we need to update because there are some serious breaking changes. Not serious, but changes that we're gonna have to do. You're totally right. What made us decide on Svelte? It's cool. It has a lot more built in than like React or even Remix. I like the way that they do full stack type safety. And Svelte, the library itself, it's not SvelteKit. Svelte is really cool because it doesn't have a virtual DOM. And it just, when it's running in the browser, it's the only the code required to get the thing to run using like vanilla JS, but the code that you write is more declarative. So yeah. Yeah, I totally forgot that, but we're gonna need to update Skeleton at some point. We're not gonna do it today. I honestly, let me just go add that as an issue on the GitHub repo. Yeah. A lot of people are choosing SvelteKit. I think the other thing is, like, as a content creator, SvelteKit is very hyped right now. And a lot of people are jumping ship from React, or they're starting up a new project and choosing SvelteKit instead of React, or choosing Svelte instead of React. So a lot of people are interested in Svelte, which is another reason why I chose it. Issue. What is this? This isn't technically a bug report. I guess it's a feature request. Update skeleton UI to latest. The latest version of skeleton uses variants, so we should update to that before adding too much new UI code. Proposed solution, update it. I have to fill out my own thing. People are suddenly anti-hook, anti-React. I mean, it took long. I mean, it took a really long time. It's like pro hook for, yeah, and it's fine. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is, everyone is welcome here, even if I say things like, people are jumping ship from React and stuff like that. I don't know. But this is our app. So I spun it up. This is it. We have a description here. We click this button. It's not hooked up to anything. We have this page. We're going to actually hook this button up today. That's what we're going to do. But this UI is basically what Skeleton has given us. They give us this nav bar. They give us nice little buttons. form controls. Shield your eyes in 3, 2, 1. We also have light mode instantly because of skeleton. Okay, you can open your eyes again. Yeah, this is our app. This is it. You can see, like I said, we have the app shell and the thing. And we have our home page here. So any rendered page in Svelte is +page.svelte. And this will be initially server-side rendered, but it'll also run on the client side as well. Solid seems pretty cool too, but I think the thing that we need to get away from is JSX. It's a long shot. Like it's so prevalent everywhere that it's going to be really hard to not have people using JSX anymore. But yeah, the ideas in Solid are great, but it uses JSX. The thing is, like, you say template engines, Codex, but even the way Vue works, it's not a template engine. The Vue template you write literally gets compiled into the same virtual DOM function that as if you would have written it in JSX. So I don't know. JSX is very good. My issue with JSX it's ugly, it's cumbersome, it's really hard to get used to, and promotes bad practices, doesn't have a lot of built-in stuff. Those are all of my issues with JSX. Okay, but again, this has nothing to do with JSX because we're using Svelte templates. Yeah. Astro is cool, but Astro is mainly for like static websites. They do have a server-side rendering thing, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, so these will be my last words on React. If you are a beginner developer and you're trying to find a job, you probably just want to learn React. If you are an experienced developer and you're a decision maker, you should highly reconsider choosing React in your next project. That is my opinion. Let's move on. So this is the homepage. It renders out the taglines here, and you can see we're using this internationalization library. So this library called I18, typesafe I18in is the library that we found. Deep. If you want to make money, learn PHP. Yeah. So we're using this library, which is pretty slick. It has lots of cool type-safe things with our internationalization. So we define all of our tokens over here. So let's look at the English. And we have this as the base translation. So now any other language uses this kind of as the source of truth. So any other language will get type completion to say, hey, you're missing the message property or whatever else. Now, we still have some work to do in here. We need to extract these into separate like JSON files. There's more work we need to do here, but for now it's a super basic setup. And any other language that you look at, like let's look at German, it literally just copies over the English translation. So it just falls back to English. So yeah. Yeah, and exactly like Codex is saying, like these days React is everywhere, and you are more hireable if you know React. But yeah, okay. I think that's it. Any other questions about the app itself? Not questions about React or anything else. I think DJ McMuffin asked about LLL and LLL. I honestly don't know, but if you read here, they talk about it. And the blog post that we followed talked about what each one was for. It's like different levels of translation. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that VS Code extension, but I mean, I guess the thing I was talking about with type completion is if we don't do the hacky thing of just spreading the English definition. So if I don't do this, now I literally get a type error in my code base that says, hey, you are missing tagline. Okay, tagline. Das ist cool. So, and then we get another type completion. Hey, you're also missing sign up. So this is just like built into it. And then like if I were to save this file, we'll actually get a type error when the page tries to render. I do believe anyways. Maybe we don't have errors on types. But that's what's cool about this library is it does that. Again, we're negating all of that by just spreading the English translations, but basically I need to get all of the English stuff in there before we start translating it. And thank you, Oscar. This is going to tell us about L and LL, LLL. Yeah. 3 different objects, the lowest being represented by LLL, deals with a single translation string. Oh, you know what? We probably could be using LLL at this point because these are translation strings that are not templates. So, I mean, one of the things we didn't demonstrate with this are that you can actually take in arguments. So right now, all of our translations are just standalone strings. So honestly, I think I could just do LLL. And then it's not a function? Where's my type completion? I don't know. I'll have to look into that more later. But with like LL, you can insert variables, like Oscar is saying. So you can see that like you can use variables in your translation, which we're not using yet. Okay, that's it about all that stuff. Let us implement auth now, and also kind of like rework our database. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up my Prisma schema because I know we're gonna be modifying it. Because what's cool about Auth.js is they have database adapters. So let's get into Auth.js. I mentioned it earlier, but this is a library from the same people that created NextAuth, but it's being written in a library agnostic way, platform agnostic way. So NextAuth was just for Next.js, but Auth.js can work with SvelteKit. It can work with Solid. Eventually, there probably will be something for Nuxt, probably something for Remix. So basically, they've taken all of the core of the library and they're making it reusable for everywhere else. Listen, Terawatt, we're coding right now. So we want to add this to our SvelteKit app. Let's look at how to do that. Getting started. We're definitely going to add OAuth. Where do I find this? This is what I want. Auth core SvelteKit. Now, it does say it's experimental. We tried this like a month and a half ago, and it was broken. Like Oscar is saying, it was broken, but they have fixed it. Hopefully, we're gonna try. We're just gonna follow this guide right here. We're gonna try to add Google Auth and go from there. So we need to install Auth core and Auth SvelteKit. Here we go. Those 2 dependencies. Should I check out a branch? Yeah, let's check out a branch so we can basically pull request against ourselves. I mean, one of the things we could do is we could protect the main branch on GitHub. Look at us getting distracted again. But let's actually set this up because this will be interesting. And you may not know that you can do this. But we can go into the settings of the repo and we can add branch protections. So we can say that the main branch requires a pull request before merging and requires at least 1 approval. And status checks must pass. So like the lint script must pass. This is so many more options than I've ever seen before. And then we can. I'm gonna allow myself to force push because maybe every now and then I don't want to open a pull request. But now that we have this rule, I'm so glad that it did not leak my phone number. Now that we have this rule, no one can push directly to the main branch. Like we literally will get an error and we have to open a pull request. So I like this because we're going to be working from branches now. Except for if I do a force push. All right. So now the main branch is protected. I didn't block pushing to main. Let's double check. It's my repo. I can do what I want. Protect matching branches. Require a pull request before merging. Um, do I have to make it read only? Users cannot push to the branch. If I lock it, hopefully I can still uh, yeah. If it's locked, I won't be able to merge. I think it's fine. Honestly, we can test this really quick too. Watch. I think it's fine. Because I've done this before. No, I'm the only member. I'm the only person that could technically push to main anyways. So I'm gonna check out a branch called setup auth. What changed? Oh, we just installed the dependencies here. So I'm just gonna say package work in progress install dependencies. Yeah, I enabled the push restriction list. Okay, so now we have a work in progress commit. We're gonna push to this branch. And now if we look at I guess we can create a pull request. And it should run the CI. Well, work in progress is totally fine for a feature branch. That's why we squash commits. I'll show you this in a second. So, well, not in a second. By the end of this stream, we're gonna have several more commits. But before merging it in, we're gonna squash them into a single one. But we can see that the lint task is running. It should pass because I didn't change any of the code. Linter isn't required to pass to merge. I'm pretty sure I set that up. I specifically said require a pull request, require approvals, and then require status checks to pass before merging. That's it. That's the setting. So like yeah, so yeah, the fact that it says merge without waiting for requirements, I can't merge this unless I check that box. And now there's a review required. So you can't just say looks good to me. You actually have to go in and start a review like this. Can you add a review, Oscar, or do you have to be a member? That should be a rejection. At least one review. Oh, it's required by reviewers. I see. So I think I actually have to add people as a reviewer. Okay. Well, I'm ultimately I'm gonna merge this myself because other people aren't reviewers. I don't know. I guess I could add Oscar as a reviewer. This is why we never get anything done. I mean, I guess technically we're getting stuff done right now, but we want to be working on auth. I mean, Oscar has contributed to the code base. So. Testing only. Okay, so at this point, what do I choose? Do I give them triage? Manage issues and pull requests without write access. Do we trust Oscar? There is a full permission, but I'm not going to give it to you, Oscar. Oh, look at that little green check mark, though, which is pretty cool. So the lint task passed, but now we need a review to pass. Give them a custom role. review. I don't know. I'm not going to look at this anymore, honestly. Like, if we had multiple people as the main contributors of this repo, I would set this up, but I'm not going to worry about this. We need to get some work done. Okay, so we added the dependencies. Step 1, add the dependencies. Step 2, in our hooks.server, we need to export a handler. So in our source, hooks.server, we're already exporting a handle. How do I combine them? Can I like, there's definitely a way to do like function composition here. Let's just add it in. And then figure this out. So I'm pretty sure we want to do something like, there's a combine method. Multiple handle functions and execute them with the sequence helper function. All right, to the Svelte docs. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, Codex, is like we call one from the other, but if they have a way of doing it, that's great. Hooks sequence. Nice. Nice. This is basically like a compose function. So we pull in sequence. We define. So we're going to call this detect locale. We'll call this detect locale hook. Handle detect locale. And then we don't need to export it. We just define it. And then we pull in this handler. And we say handle auth. And we don't need to export it. But then the thing that we do export, so we say export const handle. And that is going to be sequence with handle auth and handle detect locale. Like that. Locale hook. Beautiful. And I think, do we want to handle the locale detection first or second? Probably second. First? First? Okay. Because it does technically modify the HTML template, so yeah. And the order that I define them in doesn't matter, but I am going to put them in the order that they're called. Cool. So that looks good to me, but now I don't want to add GitHub. I want to add Google, like this. And right here, we will add Google, and we're going to add our GitHub client ID and our GitHub, not GitHub, Google client ID and our Google client secret. And this is importing it from like environment variables, so we will have to set these up. But we should be able to pass these in. Google client ID. Client secret. Google client secret. Welcome in, said Le Penguin. Glad to see you. All right. I do believe this is, yeah. So, we literally have to TS ignore this until they fix it in the library, because they're not exporting the right type. But this should, here we go. Here come all the hacks. This should be good. So this sets up the auth handler, and what's nice about this is it's full featured. This is going to be like our only auth code that we need, and then we just have functions for log in, log out. But this handles the callback. This handles everything. Now I need to set up a Google Client ID and a Google Client secret, and also an auth secret. I could use this to generate a secret. Wow, look at that secret. I could also run this from my command line. So let me get my environment variables set up. I do think I just want a .env. Let's see. I'm going to create a .env file, and I think SvelteKit picks it up automatically. I can't remember what we did. Well, we already have a .env because it has our database info. I'll at least show this. So our .env has how to connect to our database, but now inside of there, I also want to add Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. Leaked. I didn't leak it. Come on. Come on. And then we also need auth secret. So auth secret is used by NextAuth to create, I think, like session tokens or something like that. Okay, I am going to leak what I have so far because I want to make sure that the code is actually working. So this auth secret, basically, if I don't use this in production, it's okay with leaking because I'm only using it locally. And I don't have real values here yet. But what I want is for these to work in here. And I don't know how to do that. Let me start up the dev server because maybe this auto picks up what's in my .env. Create an env schema with Zod. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. We probably want to do something like that. So that way we can throw an error if we're missing an environment variable. Yeah, so I do believe if we run the dev server, then all of the magic like type generation happens. Yeah, and then it knows it's a string. Beautiful. But if I add something like this, it's like, hey, that has no exported member. But if I go over here and I say ha ha ha, oh, I gotta make sure I do it. So ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Now if I define it here, the types get generated, and that error goes away. Now it's just like, hey, you need to use this. So this is pretty cool. Svelte is auto-generating the types from this file. But we could create a Zod validator. I mean, I think one of the things they do in the Auth.js docs is they kind of just do the validation in line, like in this file. So like you can do something like if Google Client ID is not defined, throw an error, missing an env. Yeah, that's probably it, Karunix. Generating the state. There's a few other things that happen that it might use it for. Like I said, I don't know the exact thing that it uses it for, but you do want it to be a secret when it's in production. It might also use it for signing cookies, because if that got exposed in production, then you could do like create fake cookies using that secret, that kind of thing. You'll hide this data deep in your server. Yeah, so this env file does not get committed to our repo. We do have a, don't we have an env? I thought we had an env.sample file. Well, we're going to create one. Because this file will get committed to our repo, and it basically tells people what environment variables they need. So yeah. SvelteKit validates the env variables on build. I guess that's a good point. So like if somebody didn't have this specified in their .env, they would see a red squiggly here. A package JSON script that says SvelteKit sync. We could do that like post install or something like that. I'm not worried about it because we are running the dev server all of the time. Right? Right? Okay. Now, all of this good to go. I'm gonna go grab some real values. Give me a second. No way I'm gonna link this. Like the thing is, I haven't leaked this API key ever. I don't think. This specific one. I've leaked other API keys, but not this one. No time like the present. Cool. And then we are going to need to set up a redirect. I think I already have it set up. Because we're localhost 5173 auth callback Google, or localhost 5173 API auth callback Google. Yeah, I have the cloak extension. It doesn't work on. I think you need like a .env local or something like that. Okay, so .env is now defined. I can show my screen again. Here we go. Origin auth callback provider. Okay, I think they updated this because it used to be /API, like in next auth. So it is just auth callback Google. And now we can try signing in. So let us just import this sign-in function. Emoji drops are hidden? Really? So on our homepage, we already have this sign in with Google button right here, but it's not going anywhere or doing anything. But if we pull in this sign in function from auth SvelteKit client, we can call this on click. So instead of this being a button that goes to the a link that goes to the onboarding page, I'll make this a button that when clicked calls the sign-in function. And I just realized I don't know how to do DOM events in Svelte. Let's go look at the Svelte docs. We'll look at examples. We'll look at DOM events. It is literally on : the DOM event that we want. So on click sign in. So when I click this button, now it's going to call the sign-in function that's built into Auth core or Auth.js. And it should do the redirect and everything else. There's a session store we can get that'll tell us like if the user is logged in. I guess we'll use that so we can show the user. So what they're doing is if page data.session, otherwise that, I mean, really this is all I need. So if the user is logged in, then we'll have a little paragraph tag with the username. Logged in. How do I do an if else if blocks? Else. So if we're logged in, show that. If we're not logged in, show the button. Great. So if we have a session, it's going to show us our name. If we don't have a session, we'll have the button we can click to log in. That should be it. And then now we're running into this issue where ESLint doesn't know where to find this. We're not going to worry about that for now. However, the session needs to be set somewhere. If we want the data to be available in all of our routes, we can add it in the layout. This is what we want to do. So, so in Svelte, in really any of the modern front-end frameworks, whenever you are using a variable here, it almost always is escaped. React, Vue, Svelte, all of them will escape this. So this doesn't have a cross-site scripting vulnerability. It would only have that if you specifically are setting like inner HTML, which we're not doing here. Let us do this in our layout right here. So right now, we are exposing the locale that was detected on the server, but now we also want to detect, or we want to expose the session from the server, like this. Now, like this. And then I think the types are flowing through because basically we have hooks set up over here. It knows that this hook is going to run to do the auth stuff, to put that get session variable onto locals. And then over here, we have access to it. So, yeah, so we can grab the session on the server side, which then exposes it to the client side. All right. At this point, we should be able to log in. Let's see what happens. Internal error. Log me in. Oh, I do believe I can actually pass in Google, and then it doesn't take me to but this is also cool because this is a page generated by Auth.js. Like, they literally generate this page with all of the buttons. But I don't want that. I want it to just immediately log in with Google. So right here, I do believe I can just say sign in Google. Here we go. Fascinating. I want to see, I didn't click anything, so I don't know why it did that, but let's try it again. Here we go. Oh, I see. I'm calling the function when the page loads. I need to pass a callback here that when I click it, call that function. Oh no, oh no. Man, the page is cached now. There we go. Okay. So this needs to be a function that it gets invoked when you click it. So now when I click it, we get redirected. Let's see if this will work. Coding Garden logged in. Shimmy. Thank you for the 2 months. Keep up the good teaching. I appreciate that. Thank you. But we did it. So we're logged in. But it's important to note that this is just a session that will go away when my server restarts because it's only being saved. Well, I guess technically it's being saved in a cookie, but we actually want to put the user into our database. It took us 3 months and we're logged in, but we're technically logged in, and we can also look at what actually happens here. So it's setting a cookie. It has this next auth cookie that's being set here. Next auth callback URL, cross-site request forgery token, and then our session token. So the session token, can I copy the value? And then we can look and see what's inside. Maybe it's not a JSON web token. Let's see. It's not a JSON web token, but we'll I want to be able to inspect it. I want to see what's inside of it. So this is the session token, and we can see we have this followed by this, and this. I mean, my guess, yeah, is if we base64 decode this section, we can see what's actually inside of the login token. So we can use A to B. I feel like I've done this before, but it's not. I don't think it's working. What is that? Yeah, so this tells the algorithm that was used. And then that's not that. Keep the dot part. This whole thing, I feel like the dots. Oh, there's a double quote in there. That's the issue. That was the issue. I think if I do this, but just the middle section, right? No, there was no middle section in it though. I've heard of DevToys. I don't think I've used it. I thought it only worked for Windows. A to B. Oh, this is, I believe this is URL safe. I have to do some replacing here. URL safe base 64. We're just gonna copy their function or see how they do it. So for decoding, we need to do this replacing. I believe. Yeah, this one. So, okay, watch, we'll do it. I'll define. So it's sometimes you get a token that doesn't have those special characters, but we define the map of what we want to convert each thing to. And then now we need to replace that in the input string. And then we can pass this in. So if I do this, replace, that gives us back that. And then this is what we want to pass in into A to B. So A to B, this. And then is this actually encrypted? Encrypted using the auth key? That's fascinating. we could read more about how they're actually doing this, but the fact that it worked and we're getting back all this junk tells me that it is actually encrypted. And we would need to decrypt it. So decoding is not the same thing as decrypting. Decoding takes this base 64 string and turns it into the, like, I don't know the right word, the ASCII version, the UTF-8 version. So, all right, we're not even gonna worry about it, but it's setting a cookie. We actually want to log the user. We want to store the user in our database. So let's keep going down the rabbit hole. I don't know, Codex. Well, I guess it depends. Like, do they even use it on the client side, or does it have to be decrypted on the server side? And it's not a JSON web token. It's some other thing. Some other thing. Okay. Now to the database. They have a lot of different database adapters. We specifically are going to include the one for Prisma. So what's nice about this is they literally give us the schema for how we're going to be storing stuff. So we have account, session, user, verification token. Basically, we just put these models into our Prisma schema file, and NextAuth is able to use those tables automatically. So we just need to bring in the Prisma adapter and the Prisma client. So we'll do that in our hooks. And then I mean, we probably want a shared Prisma client. For now, we'll define it in this file, but I'm going to add a little to do. But for now, we will just do this. We'll literally create our Prisma client right there. To do, move this to a shared file. And then we can create an instance of the Prisma adapter, or pass the instance of the Prisma client as a Prisma adapter. So right above providers, we pass this in, and now Auth.js can talk to our database. But we need to add these tables, and we are going to need to modify our use, because we already have a user table, but we'll need to modify that. So I'm just going to copy these things. Yeah, I don't think I need that stuff. And then we'll run the migration. But yeah, I'm going to copy these models. We're going to go over to our existing Prisma schema. I'm going to put them right here before all of the domain-specific stuff, so all of like the lists and everything else. So that goes here. And then we need to combine this with our existing user table. So on our existing user table, it needs these properties. We can get rid of username. That is what we want. We're going to format this. Doesn't add the new lines. We'll add those manually, I guess. And now these are good. Good to go. Though it is using CUID. What is CUID? Oh, so we actually want this to be gen random UID, because we specifically are using Postgres, so we're using the built-in way of generating UIDs inside of Postgres. How does it handle session migration? I don't even know what that is. Collision resistant UID. Yeah, so I think we actually can replace these with the Postgres way of doing it. Yeah. Beautiful. Though, I don't like how we have some formatting that has spaces, some formatting doesn't have spaces. I don't know why the formatter doesn't auto do that. Does it have to be a CUID? No, because it's auto-generated, it should be fine. The only thing that matters is the reference. So here, user ID is a type string. That's the only thing that needs to matter, because that's just going to be a GUID right there. That won't fly. I do have the Prisma extension. I thought. Let's see. Yeah, I have it. Honestly, yeah, I don't like. I like it without the spaces. But we'll have to change that in all of our other models too, which is fine. But I like it without the spaces. But yeah, for session migration, Codex says, say the user is routed to another instance of the service. Their session ID is in a different database until propagated to essential storage. I see what you mean. In this case, all instances are talking to the same database. So we haven't even thought about how we're going to scale that. But right now we will have one database, and so it will have all of the session data. But we definitely want to do something like that for scaling. Yeah. There's a separate Prisma command. Let's see. Prisma. I'm just gonna get rid of the extra lines. And And then we're also going to get rid of the lines here, but we're going to change our wording. So we called it feed. I'm actually going to rename it to list because this app is called listed. NPX Prisma format. Let's see what that does for us. Oh, well, I need to fix it first. So now we will have a list item, and we will have a list item type and a list item, which belongs, well, which has list item meta, which is the list. I could have just done a find replace at this point. What's up, Twisted Seed? Welcome in. List item type, list item, list item. Okay, now we run the formatter. Well, didn't do much. And then, yeah, now this is a user can have many, not leads, list. A user can't have many lists. Like that, lists. All right. Looks great. Let's get rid of all these new lines, and then we can run the migration. But honestly, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the initial migration. So, and actually, this will be good to talk about because I think a lot of people don't really get the best way to use migrations, especially early on in a development project. Yeah, so you can't hear my keyboard anymore, but that's just the nature of doing noise cancellation. Did I run this name change by legal? Hey. But let's talk about this. So because we built the initial database tables, I guess like a month ago at this point, we do have an initial migration right here that has all of this stuff. And if I were to run npx migrate or npx prisma migrate, like if I were to create a new migration, it basically would create a new SQL file that moves from this table structure to the table structure that I have now defined. And let's do that so I can show you what I'm talking about. So npx prisma migrate dev. Will it ask me for a name? Yeah, warnings for the current data source. A unique constraint covering the columns email on the table user will be added. If there are existing values, this will fail. Are you sure you want to create and apply this? Yeah. Enter the name. So I'm going to call this add auth tables. Oh, no. Oh, do I literally have to use the type UUID instead of string? I see. I need this right here at db.uuid. Yeah, so anywhere I'm referencing user ID, I need to do at db uid. And I need to do this to tell it that it's a string, but it's a UID. I still have feed in the migration file. It'll rename the tables, or as it should. It'll actually drop the tables. It won't know that I renamed them. Which is another reason to show you the thing that I'm about to show you. I think that's it. So sessions have a user via user ID. Accounts have a user via user ID. Yeah, I think that's all we need. Apparently it went through with the migration without, even though it failed, which is unfortunate, but you can see that it literally dropped these constraints. It dropped some tables. The thing is, even if I delete this folder, I don't think that's going to change anything because now I think there's like a meta table actually in the database. You need to reset the public schema. Yeah, that's fine. Am I sure I want to apply this? Create auth tables. It is Farshid, but I want to show why in a second. Okay, so we modified the Prisma schema file. We ran Prisma migrate, which created a new migration. So we can actually look at the SQL that it generated, which creates new types, drops some existing indexes, drops those tables that I renamed, and then creates the new tables that I specified. So that's fine. That's fine. But because this is early in the development cycle, like I am still figuring out what my database model is, and I might even change it going forward here, I am actually going to completely wipe away even my old migration. I don't know if there's a built-in Prisma command for this, but I'm literally just going to delete even the initial one. So now I only have a single migration that represents this as my database, the initial version of my database, because that's pretty much what I want. Like, I don't want a migration that shows all of the changes during early development because there are gonna be a lot of changes as I figure things out. Yeah. And then at some point I will need to properly migrate, but that point will not be until I actually deploy and I'm actually in production. Because once you're in production, that's when you need to worry about, oh, we have existing data, we have existing users, and if we change our database, we need to be able to migrate over to that new version of the database. But right now, I'm in dev. I don't want to have multiple migrations, especially if I'm changing things this often. So we're going to create our initial migration here. It is going to say this because it needs to reset the actual schema, but I'm going to call this init, and then we should just get one migration. So now, yeah, so old migrations are nice once you're in production, right? Once you already know like the structure of your database. Yeah. Yeah, and like, but I think it's a good point to make, Codex, because some people might not be understanding what I'm saying here. But ultimately, I don't care about the change between those two because it's all in development, right? Like really, the version of my schema file now is kind of the source of truth because I've kind of, now that we're adding auth, I'm like figuring all this out and I'm renaming the tables and stuff like that. So yeah, but it generated all the SQL for us, which is great. And now, now whenever a user logs in, it's just going to try to add it to the database. I think I need to reset now because we have a new version of the client library. Git commit work in progress. Oh, I forgot to install this dependency. That's a good point. Good call. We did not install next auth Prisma adapter. Yeah. Yeah, I'll run Prisma Studio in a second. After we get the initial login flow. Honestly, I need to delete all of my existing cookies because these could interfere. They don't actually exist in the database, and probably there's like I feel like there should have been a server-side error that was like, hey, this user doesn't exist anymore because the database got wiped out. Well, I guess no, I wasn't even using the database to begin with. All right, we have our site, but now, I mean, we just went through a lot because we had to change our schema. But ultimately, all we did was we are now passing Prisma adapter into our auth, our SvelteKit auth. And we modified our schema. But now when I log in, it's going to actually insert that user into the database automatically, right? Like this actually is kind of amazing because literally the only code I wrote was this. Why is this complaining? Man, that's unfortunate. Am I going to have to do another TS ignore right here? The library needs a little work, but this should actually work. This should work. So now Okay, I will do that, Oscar. Good point. So one of the other cool things about Prisma is it has this thing called Prisma Studio. So you can see in a web UI all of your database tables. So you can see here they are. So we have account, list, and then if you click on a table, you get kind of like a spreadsheet-like experience looking at this, but we're actually getting a view into the Postgres database right now. But if I now sign up, I was expecting this. We're going to have to actually change the schema one more time. Let me make sure that it doesn't show my client ID and client secret. But yeah, here it is. And this is a known issue. Unknown arg expires in. Did you mean expires at? And yes, we do. So I don't even want to get into what the issue is, but ultimately our schema is wrong. We need to change our schema. So instead of expires at, this needs to be expires in. And then now we actually have to migrate again because we changed the column name. But let's see. We'll do Prisma migrate dev. Enter a name for the new migration. Change, honestly, but this is another scenario where it's like, I'm in dev right now. Like, I don't even want another migration. I just want a new initial migration. But regardless, change account expires field. And Anizer, thank you very much for the prime. Changed 2 letters, yeah. But it is interesting to see the kind of SQL code that this will generate, though. I think ultimately it literally drops the expires at column and then adds a new column, which is fine. I guess we could also see, yeah, here's, we're going to have to, we need to reset our database anyways, because when this OAuth flow failed, it already inserted a user into the database. So there's technically a user, but then when it went to insert an account, it failed. And now if I logged in again, it would have an issue because the user already exists. We just need to wipe our database out one more time. So one more again. We'll push everything to the database without migrations. Oh, that's a good call. Good to know. But again, I only want a single migration. And so now if I regenerate that migration, it's going to have, it's going to ask me, hey, you have data in here. Do you want to wipe the table out? Yeah, let's wipe the tables out. And then we're going to have our initial migration again. Here we go again. NPX Prisma DB push. That's good to know. And then would it have overwritten my existing migration though? That would have been the issue because the original migration, I guess I could have modified this SQL file manually. I could have gone in here and just set this to be expires in. Oh well. At this point, the user's not in the table anymore, and we can try logging in for real. And it's going to be great. This is it. This is the last time we're going to have to wipe the database, at least today anyways. I should be looking at the Prisma docs, but that's okay. This is it, everybody. Check it out. Sign in. This is who I am. I'm logged in, and now check out Prisma Studio. We have a user in the database with a created at, updated at. They have a name, they have an email, they have an image. And then within Prisma Studio, you can also see the linked table. So you can see that this user has one account. Account.expire. Oh, the Prisma Studio was started up with the wrong types. So I have to reset that because of this. Now, yeah, so now you can see that there's an account. This has my Google account ID. There's my access token, which I'm not going to show you, but wouldn't actually. Did somebody tell me to restart Prisma Studio? or famous last words. And then we have a session. So right now we have a single database. All of our sessions get stored here. I do think that Auth.js talks about having a separate session store. I think that's a potential way you could set things up, because a lot of times you don't have your session store in the same place where all of your data is. You have it in a something that can query a bit faster and scale a bit better. So you could have your sessions stored in something like Redis instead of directly in the database. For now, it's directly in the database. That's going to be fine. But this is pretty slick. It's pretty slick. We've got all that info here. We have auth. Now it's just a matter of using it, authorizing requests, all of that good stuff. And let's take a quick break to for a moment from our sponsor, me. I'm your sponsor. If you go to merch.coding.garden, you can find this shirt. Thanks for asking, James Juco. I got lots of shirts. Honestly, and so I have long sleeve and short sleeve. You will notice there's a little Coding Garden logo, little subtle advertising. I've also got mugs. Yeah, so I was in the process of making some TypeScript versions of my holographic JavaScript stickers. But I need to make a TypeScript version of this. Also, I think I need to increase the prices of these shirts because like, I don't think I make any. I think I make like 70 cents per shirt right now. But get it while you still can, and also use code Seedling10. Actually, no, don't use that code. Go sign up on my mailing list, and then you can learn about that code to get 10% off your order. Yeah, it ships to Europe, but Teespring has had some serious issues fulfilling to like Europe and a few other countries. So I might change merch providers. Yeah. Is it straightforward adding another Prisma database to split out sessions? I actually don't know, Shimmy. We'd have to look into it. I thought there was a section in here talking about like a separate session store. Hoodie in black. Is it bad to say I should change merch providers? No, because people have ran into issues. I mean, ultimately, like it's bad for me because I'm advertising go buy here, and then I might switch merch providers soon. But it's not gonna be a quick process because I definitely want to get like samples first from my new merch provider before I launch it. So honestly, if you're willing to risk not receiving your package and having to deal with support, you can order right now. If you're in the US, I think it's fine. I think Teespring just has issues with like overseas fulfillment for whatever reason. Yeah. Yeah, welcome in, Scorix. Glad to see you. What now? We have auth. I think we should just quit while we're ahead. I'm sure, Oscar. Yeah, I definitely sent them. I think you were the only person in that country, but my stickers have made it to Norway, France, places in the US. Glad to hear it, Lemons. Glad to hear it. Yeah. But also, let me get you excited about stickers really quick. I mean, I've shown these. Got it. Yeah, the stickers made it to Italy too. That's glad to hear it, Dr. Thu. It's a pretty fun game, but I need to launch a standalone store where I sell these. Because people like these. Type 1 in chat if you like these stickers. Type 2 in chat if you would pay $2 a sticker. I guess. I don't know. I probably need. I feel like people probably don't want to pay more than $1 per sticker. But I'm gonna make TypeScript versions of these, and I'm probably just gonna do like a hollow sticker pack. But look at all these. So, I'm gonna make a TypeScript version, and I think I'm gonna try to do sticker packs. The only thing is like, it's gonna be a whole lot of work to send out manually send out a bunch of things. Honestly, I might do pre-orders though, because if I do pre-orders, then I can know how many to print. I can also have a big disclaimer that says like it's gonna take at least a month before these stickers make it to you. So, I mean, obviously everyone would say, oh yeah, I'm only gonna pay. Here's the thing. What you also have to think about, you're supporting me. So obviously don't just vote for $1, but how much would you, what's the most you would be willing to pay for this sticker? $1, $2, or $3 US dollars. Yeah, but I've also got free debug stickers. I'll probably include this in there. They're manufactured in the US. I can order them. I think I can order them like 20 at a time, but the more that I order, the cheaper it is per. I don't know why I can go to my. But yeah, Scorix is mentioning take shipping into account. So and Refactor, thank you for the bits. Got a shirt, absolutely love it. In Europe, got it with no issues. Would buy again. Cool. Glad to hear it, Refactor. Yeah, and I mean, and I guess I am bad mouthing Teespring. I just know of it like at least 3 people that that didn't get their stuff and had to open up a support issue. But yeah, you do have to think about shipping. So I can ship up to like 10 stickers for a single stamp with no tracking. And so that's going to be whatever the price of a stamp is. But if you want tracking, it's like a minimum of $4 US to ship it. It'll probably get there faster too. I'll have to work all of that out. I think ultimately I want to create a pre-order website to get basically how many people want to buy this thing and then get them printed, get them shipped out. So yeah. Yeah, I sent yours America 2050. They haven't made it yet? But yeah, the more I buy, the less I pay. I don't know. These stickers are cool. Yeah, I listened to that episode of their podcast. They talked because Wes Boss has done sticker runs before. He ships his with no tracking, basically anywhere in the world. I think, yeah, I mean, I'm even surprised that he's able to sell these sticker packs for $5 with no extra charge for shipping. I guess he did have a sponsor for it, but there's a lot that goes into it because also I don't, at least the stickers that I have shipped out, I didn't put them in just a plain envelope. I also used like cardstock envelopes so that the stickers couldn't be bent, and those are probably like 75 cents a piece. I don't know. Things get expensive. Yeah, it would be cool to do Veeb. And I probably honestly would use something like Shopify or some like hosted retailer. Yeah. Okay. Now back to coding. What do we do here? Instead of just saying coding garden logged in, let's put the user icon and a logout button in the nav bar. That's what we're gonna do. That is what we will do right now. But I mean, we're only 2 hours into stream and we already have this completely hooked up. We've got users in our database. This is way better than the first time we tried Auth.js. So that's pretty cool. Let's add a I guess we could add a profile page. For now, I just want to put the logged in user in the nav bar. That's what I want to do. So here we go. Right now, we are just showing that user right here. We want to put it in the nav bar, and that is actually in our layout. So if we look at, you're probably right, I'm a seal. Do I want to do that today? I think I will. All right, let's commit our code. And then I hate that we can't just work on features, but you're probably right. Because Skeleton has a more recent version release that changes how we're doing a lot of the UI stuff. So I should probably migrate before we add more UI code. Totally right. Sparkles. Add auth low. Add OAuth low. Ooh, it's gonna run the linter, and I think it's broken right now. Yeah, look at this. This is good. It caught us. See, here's the thing. Like even I accidentally commit before running the linter. So, beautiful, beautiful. Let's fix this. So first of all, we're actually gonna ignore this, because there's not an easy fix for it. Force push changes. Wait, why? I forgot how to code. What is what's the what's the command to automatically add ESLint? But that needs to be ignored because we don't know how to fix that just yet. And I think that wants a new line. Credentials off? What do you mean by that, Veeb? Yeah, maybe America 2050. So I am using a different ESLint. Was it control period? Am I having a stroke? That was commands. I thought it was control space. Alt space. Yeah, there's no suggestions for whatever reason. Oh, username and password. For this app, I'm not going to add that. I don't want to manage user passwords and password resets and stuff like that. But you can use local auth, which is username and password with Auth.js. You can set that up too. It's possible if you look at their docs. But yeah, to your point, America 2050. Airbnb config interferes with those rules. That could probably be it. I think it's another situation of like, do we really want to fix it? Because it could take hours to fix and it's not actually giving us any value aside from removing the error. But we are using a different Svelte ESLint parser than the default setup. We're using ESLint plugin Svelte instead of ESLint plugin Svelte 3, and it's possible that that one is missing something. So yeah. Okay, we pushed the code up. Let's go merge it in. You tried it with Svelte 3 too? Okay. And awesome Awesome. Thank you for the Prime resub. Appreciate you. You can look at let's look it up. ESLint Svelte. ESLint plugin Svelte. This one. If you read their README, they tell you why to use it instead of this version. Right, I pushed a new commit. Does it rerun the checks on the new commit? I thought it should. You need write access for the review to work? Okay. Well, anyone else that opens a PR, the current rules we have set up make sense. Let's squash and merge it. We added a few dependencies. We updated our migration. And we added auth. Beautiful. Squash and merge. We've done it. Okay, so now that's in the main branch. I'm gonna check out main, and I'm gonna pull from main. So now my local main branch has all of the latest changes. And then I'm gonna check out a branch, update skeleton. And now on this branch, we're gonna try to update the skeleton dependency. Okay, let's go read about what changed in skeleton. I just know, actually, we potentially can update more than just this dependency, but I did a interactive dependency upgrade of everything, and I just blindly chose the latest version of skeleton, and then saw that things broke, and then I reverted that, but we're gonna work on it now. So let's look at their release notes. And let's see what version we're currently on. Thank you, Shark Turnip. So we are currently on version 0.92.2. And 0.124.2 requires for us to migrate. So all of the components have been overhauled, and a lot of the Tailwind class names have changed. So instead of like input form material, now it's variant. They're using variants instead everywhere. So we need this migration guide. But I'm also going to do an interactive upgrade of everything. So the tool I like to use for that is npm upgrade. It will look at our package JSON, and then any packages that are out of date, there's a lot of them, it'll ask us if we want to update to the latest version. I'm going to just upgrade everything, and we're just going to fix anything that breaks. Now, what's nice is all of these, except for skeleton, are minor version bumps. Meaning the major version didn't change, and if these libraries are adhering to semantic versioning, there shouldn't be any breaking changes. And then the other thing about semantic versioning is that if a project is not in version 1 yet, any change to the minor version is a breaking change. So the moment I change this dependency, stuff's going to break. We probably should add Dependabot to this repo too. The other thing is Svelte Adapter Auto has a new version, but I'm not doing anything custom with Adapter Auto, so that hopefully doesn't have any breaking changes either. So I'm literally going to let everything be set to the latest version. And then we'll fix anything that broke. So let's install these latest dependencies. Let it ride. And then if I run the dev script, it'll probably break for some of the things that need to be fixed in skeleton. So let's just see that happen. Yeah, internal error. There's a lot wrong here. Let's see. Yeah, so the class does not exist. This is what I was saying, is we need to convert these to variants, and I think this is like just a completely different class altogether. Background surface 50-900. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, and I know why it's breaking though. Yeah, so we have the migration guide open, and then we actually do need to change how skeleton gets added here as a plugin. So right now, we're just adding it as a require. We'll go look at the docs, but when I did this before, one of the main changes I think is you actually need to invoke it. Let's see if that fixes anything. Oh, and you spread it. Yeah, it's it's multifaceted. Let's find it in their documentation though. It's not in the documentation, but if in the migration guides, but if we do look at the manual install setup, we can see what I'm talking about right here. So you need to spread it, invoke it, and then invoke it. So spread it, require it, and then invoke it. So that was one change that needed to happen there. So that should fix most things, and then we just need to fix the component imports and style definitions that we're using. Let's see. Yeah. So the page renders. Let's actually log out. Let's add a logout button. We're gonna do this in our nav bar. So I want to bring the sign out function into our layout so I can add a little button to sign out. And then on the end here, if the user is logged in, so if data.session.user exists, then we're going to render out a little button that says log out or sign out. And when we click it, we're going to call sign out. Great. Now it's not styled in any way. Let's look at the new skeleton docs to see how we get ourselves a button. So let's say I want a red button like this. Button BG primary 500. Is that it? I guess really that's all I want is this. Cool. So I have a sign out button. Click it. Then we get signed out. Now we can see what is broken here. So this button is not being rendered out because in the latest version of Skeleton, the classes have changed. Yeah, I think the way you can think about like what's provided in Skeleton is like if a thing doesn't need custom JavaScript, it's very likely just class names. And so like a button doesn't need custom JavaScript or a card, but things like accordions with their expand and collapse potentially need custom JavaScript. Now, there are ways of doing this without JavaScript, but these actually do work with JavaScript and give you a lot more customization with JavaScript. Same thing for the utility. So anything here is going to need some custom JavaScript. Anything here would be like mostly equivalent to just Daisy UI or something like that, where it's just CSS classes. But let's see if we're getting an editor error, because if we're not, I kind of want to set that up, right? Like we should be getting an error if we're trying to use a Tailwind class that doesn't exist. Let's see where the variant breaking changes are. Yeah, so variant form. The older style still works as expected, but yields it slightly different. I think this needs to be variant filled primary. I guess that makes sense, right, Oscar? Yeah, like you can have classes that aren't defined by Tailwind, but can't we also lint the available CSS classes? So if I do variant filled primary, that fixes it, right? And that's really all we wanted. We can look at the onboarding page to see if stuff is broken here. Yeah, so you can see that these buttons and other things are broken over here. Also, I guess we don't need button base anymore. Yeah. And then let's look at our onboarding component. Honestly, this is like all we needed to fix, which is pretty nice. But now over here, we want this to just be variant build success, and then this button variant build primary, like that. And then ESLint plugin Tailwind for that. Don't I have that? I think we're missing some CSS classes on this input. Let's see how inputs are done here. Tap the view page source above to inspect each example shown below. Yeah, I'm missing class input. And I'm missing class label. Oh, I think you're right, Veeb. I only have the... yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, there we go. Now the input looks fine. Great. I do believe that's all of the breaking changes. So it wasn't the end of the world. That was like super easy to fix. But now we're on the latest version. There might be a few classes that are like that we're using that don't actually exist. So I do think we want to install a plugin for that. So we have in our prettier config, we are using prettier plugin Tailwind. So that does the auto sorting. But Veeb is saying ESLint plugin Tailwind. Should do the linting for us. Let's look up ESLint plugin Tailwind. Prettier is used in JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. It does the formatting for us. Wait, do we want Tailwind CSS or do we want Tailwind? What's the difference? Published 2 years ago. Probably not this one. There's an option in the Tailwind config to complain about classes. Tailwind config error on missing class. Yeah, you could just clone this repo, Gamel. So if you, yeah, I mean, that's probably the easiest way to go is just clone the repo, delete the Git folder, and then start from scratch. And ultimately, like we haven't really added any custom features. So yeah, cloning the repo would give you this base setup. Yeah. So we're using Prettier combined with ESLint. If you want to know more, check out the stream we did last time. We spent hours getting it all set up. But basically, what it allows us to do is if there are linting or formatting errors, we only need to run ESLint. So missing semicolon is a linting error, which is currently broken. Why? Oh, because that line is disabled. I was like, wait, why is that not working? Missing semicolon, we should be seeing a red squiggly, and we don't. I need to reload my editor. Things are broken. Yeah, so this is under the MIT license. You can do whatever you want with it. You could make a $1 million company. There we go. But so check this out. I believe this is a prettier error because it wants us to put this on the same line. And if I run ESLint, it now runs those prettier formatting rules along with ESLint. So any linting rule, an example I showed last time is if I have an array and I'm trying to reduce that into the sum. If you wrote your code, actually, let's say you wrote your code with like an anonymous function like this. My linter rules say we prefer arrow functions with implicit return. So it could literally change this code to do that. Whereas I don't think there's any rule in Prettier that'll do that. So not only do we get formatting, but we also get linting. So if I run ESLint, now it's like, hey, that should have been an arrow function with implicit return. So it just auto-converted that. And then any formatting errors also got fixed with ESLint. So we combined the two. And then we only have to run one. Yeah, you can enable it on save. And Mo Saeed, thank you for the Prime resub. I don't like lint on save because I like to... I don't like my editor jumping around until I'm ready. So basically, I edit the thing the way I need it, and then if I don't want to manually format it, I'll run the linter. I personally don't like lint on save. Apparently, there's some issues over here. Property name is missing in type files, but required in type that. Something like that. This code is going to change eventually. Okay, so our linter is running. Let me make sure there's no other issues, like in any other files. Cool. We wanted to look at configuration for Tailwind to throw an error if a class doesn't exist. Does anybody know what that setting is called? You had an issue where the rules collided? Yeah, so that, I mean, you have to very carefully construct your ESLint config, but basically, these are all of the base rules, and then the Prettier plugin overwrites any of those rules that would have conflicted with Prettier. So how would Tailwind know? Because it looks at the class name property every render. It looks at every single class and determines what to put into the generated CSS. Like if we look at the source of this page, or at least if we look at the head, we can see the injected styles, and it's only the styles I requested for this one specific page render. Just that. Is it this? Yeah, I don't know exactly how to show you it, but yeah, it's smart enough to only add the classes that we use, and because of that, when it's in the process of choosing what classes to include, it can basically say, oh, well, I don't know what that class is. Well, yeah, it will though. So let's try it though. Let's try it. So detect class names which do not belong to Tailwind CSS. Enable this rule if you do not want to accept using class names that are not defined in Tailwind. So basically, yeah, we're gonna ban the use of any class that is not a Tailwind class. But if you don't want that, if you also want to combine like regular plain old CSS with Tailwind, then this rule probably would not be what you want. This is for ESLint. Tailwind CSS, no custom class name. How do I install it? Oh, ESLint plugin CS. I see. I need this ESLint plugin Tailwind CSS. Okay, let's add this. We're gonna add it as a dev dependency. And then we can extend it. Let's see if we get the rules by default by just extending it. I'm not gonna want this with Skeleton. Skeleton is Tailwind though, so like Skeleton adds classes that are Tailwind classes and generates Tailwind rules. Like BTN is a Tailwind apply thing. Gamel Drang, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Appreciate you. You're new here. Thank you. Let us add this to our ESLint. This is gonna break a bunch of stuff. We have that. Now if we run the linter, will it complain about anything? What we forgot though, and this is why we actually didn't use this to begin with, ESLint plugin Tailwind doesn't know how to look in Svelte components. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the linter should know about it because the linter is hooked into the Tailwind build process. I'm guessing. I mean, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. We will see. Svelte support enhancement help wanted. Oh, I remember we ran into this. Yeah, and then it was using the Svelte ESLint plugin Svelte 3. Hmm. For example, button is not a Tailwind class, but it is because skeleton is built on top of Tailwind. So skeleton defines BTN as a Tailwind. I forget the name. Extension, custom rule, applied rule. So that will actually go through it. At least as far as I'm guessing. I'm willing to get that error to just test this out, right? Like I'm not gonna what do you call it? It's worth it to try it because it could just work. That's my mentality right now. So we're just gonna try it. Oh, do we actually need the Angular ESLint template parser? That would be ridiculous. If it uses the Angular template parser to parse Svelte components, it is an example, but the issue that somebody opened up about Svelte, I think they use this in their example. Because right now we're using the Svelte ESLint parser. Huh. Future parsers are just going to point at ChatGPT APIs. Do you mean future like programming languages? Return of the config. Do I even want to spend time on this? So here's the main thing is we have upgraded skeleton to the latest version. Things seem to work, but it's possible that there is like a class name hanging around that is not actually valid, and I have no way of knowing. I have no way of knowing unless I specifically had my linter tell me, hey, this thing doesn't exist. And right now, yeah. Yeah. I mean, we can look at that issue that I just had open. Was that the one? Svelte support. And then you can see in his reproduction of it, he is using this instead of Svelte, Angular ESLint template parser. Yeah, I agree, Veeb. We honestly might try it. Let's try it. Um, all right, we installed it as a dev dependency, and then now we'll use its override instead. Um, what if that fixes the $app thing too? All right, so we're gonna get rid of this svelte override here, and gonna do this. Blade PHP. What do you got for me, ESLint? Something went wrong. While loading rule TypeScript ESLint naming convention, you have used a rule which requires parser services to be generated. You must therefore provide a value for the parser options project property from TypeScript ESLint parser. We've done that here. I mean, maybe we don't need parser options. While linting the layout. Let's go look at the repo for the Angular one. Do they tell us how to set it up? Overrides. Yeah, I have source type module in here too. We always end up back in ESLint. I don't know. Let me reload the window really quick and see what happens now that we're trying to use this Angular parser. Just like in this file. Yeah, there's no way. I feel like TypeScript files are still getting linted though. Oh, you're right. I should straight up just be looking at their fork. There are weird white dots in the middle of the screen. Oh, it's a reflection from my window. The sun's peeking through. I could fix that. Great. Um. Oh wait. Okay, so they set the parser, and then they don't set the parser options. And then they do this instead. Require.resolve. And then they have the Tailwind plugin. Extends Tailwind. Yeah, so I think if we extend, we don't need to add the plugin. Yeah, you have a rule which requires parser services to be generated. You must therefore provide a value for parser options.project. Here's the thing. If we use these parser options, TypeScript ESLint parser, it has parser options. Oh, do we have to put this again? You must provide a value for project, which we have done. Error while loading rule TypeScript ESLint naming convention. Parser options.project. Parser options.project. Parser. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good. I'm not. I'm done with this. Let's get rid of this. We'll go back to what we have. It's fine. Yeah, and with Svelte you can't separate them out. The script is embedded in the template. What was I doing? All right, I want to remove this. I think there already is an issue open. ESLint plugin CSS was not found. Correct. Okay, the linter runs again. We should still be able to lint files, even this. Oh, I didn't even mention this, but you may have seen in the project summary on YouTube, we actually get a red squiggly when our Tailwind classes are out of order. And if we run the linter, it puts them in the right order. That just happened because I upgraded the Tailwind plugin. So that's cool. All right, we're not going to worry about any of this other stuff. The right order. I mean, the order, the accepted, the predictable order, I guess. It's the order the CSS rules are defined in the generated CSS. Okay, let's get ourselves a little avatar information over the top. Actually, I'll go ahead and commit this, because we did change. Yeah, they're not alphabetical order. They're the order that they are defined in the generated CSS. Lucia seems cool. Oscar has introduced me to that, but it is nice that Auth.js has a lot more built in than Lucia. Like it, yeah, it does a lot for us with a lot less code. Okay. we now we'll create a new pull request that updates dependencies and fixes the broken dependencies. Yes. I'm tired. I've been live for almost 3 hours. You know what? After we get this merged in, I think I'm going to end it there. Like, I guess we have a sign out button. Next time, we'll work on the actual login flow and like what happens after a user logs in. Do they set up their profile? That kind of thing. Yeah, I'm open to it. I would hold off though because I mean, honestly, I guess not. You can submit all the designs you want because we just don't have any data yet. Yeah, and so if we are a new user, then we need to go to the onboarding page, which we're currently not doing, but I'll set that up next time. Checks have passed. Squash. I guess what's nice about this is now when I'm doing the recap of everything we did, they're all nice individual pull requests. Yeah, so I don't have data, I don't have body copy, but if you want to design it, sure. But I also haven't talked about like what I want the homepage to be, and I think ultimately the homepage is going to have lists that other people have created. Right, so as a user that's not logged in, here you'll basically see all of the community created lists, and then you can just start watching. So I could immediately click on the cooking list and just start watching. But yeah, if you want to submit a design, go for it. I'm more than happy to look at it. Just don't be offended if I don't use it. But more than happy to look at it. I guess you could also use it as just a challenge for yourself if you want a design challenge. You have to think about all the things that users want to do, right? Because wait, are you serious? America 2050? You fixed the app thing? How? Wait, is this a joke? Yeah. No. No. The issue with turning it off is that every other package we import that isn't defined, we don't see an error for it. So we can't turn the rule off. We can't. But read the issue. Okay. But okay. Yeah, but check this out. If I do this, import thing from bananas, that'll get rid of this error too. And Bob, thank you for the 18 months. That's a long time. Appreciate you. Let me show you. I like VS Code. The only other time when I used an IDE was when I was working in C#, and I used VS Code proper. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Because like can't find bananas or its corresponding type declarations. Like import express. Can't find it or it's this is a TypeScript error. I see. So we get the TypeScript error if it can't find it, but we don't get it as a linter error. I think that's the other issue though, is like this is a TypeScript error, but it doesn't show up for the linter. The only thing that'll show up is that thing is defined but never used. So if we do this, yes, it's a TypeScript error, but it's not a linter error. So the linter doesn't actually care about this. We technically could do a type check as a part of the lint task. That might also be the answer. But for now, I'm not going to worry about it too much for now. Okay. What are we doing? We just merged into main. Remove the extra branches. Good call. How do I do that? Give me all the branches. Yeah, this is another thing in like repo maintenance. Whenever you merge a branch in, you should remove it. Don't unless it's being used for something like it's a version branch or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, there's no default banana library. Let me open an issue for that. Open a blank issue. This is it. Run type check after lint. Run a project type check. That's part of commit hooks and BI. Next time. Yeah, we have aliases. That's what those $signs were. So $app doesn't work, but $lib does work. $lib is an alias for source lib, this folder, and that does work because it's in here. $app is much trickier because it is a module defined in an ambient TypeScript file. So yeah, we have Husky set up here. It runs the hooks already, but right now it's only running the linter. All right. Come on, Oscar, don't be mean. Looks very bad. Yeah, I am gonna close this though, America 2050, just because, like I said, it's a type error, not an, but we want it to be an ESLint error. Did I say I was gonna do anything else? I guess I wanted like an avatar or something like that. Let's just do the project summary. let's remind ourselves what we did today. User avatar, yeah, we'll do that next time. I'm exhausted. I'm down to play some games, but I don't want to write code anymore. So I'm down to do like City Guessr, and then I guess I've heard of Gardic. Oh, is this the drawing game? This will potentially not be safe for streaming. Yeah, thank you, Nomad. I know I did some things, but it's always hard to remember all the stuff that you did. Yeah, so all the stuff is in many videos across YouTube. So if you look at the devlogs, these are just short videos that summarize each of the live streams. I'm about to create the devlog for today's stream right now. But if you look at this, you can see the simple summaries. If you look at the full playlist, it has many live streams that you can go back and look at. So day 1, I describe why we chose SvelteKit, and then I generate a SvelteKit app. Day 2, we design the database and go from there. So this has the full live streams linked and the devlogs inside of it. But specifically right now, I'm going to make the devlog for what we just did today. Yep. All right. What was I going to show? Yeah, so I want to pull open each of the PRs that I closed. Yeah. Yeah, give it a try, Tactical Spartix. I will say, yeah, I mean, you can see how we set it up. Oh, yeah. Look at close pull requests. Oh yeah, I'll also I didn't talk about these, but a couple of people had changes that I merged before stream. Yeah. WASM containers in the cloud. I've not heard of that. All right. I'll show this PR. I'll show this one. This was a pretty simple change. They just added to the template with checkboxes. And I'll show an example with opening a new issue. That's what Oscar added. Yeah, PRs are a good way, so that way I can remember. I can show the code diff too, so all of the stuff that we modified. Yeah, so they just did a basic add to some ESLint ignores. I appreciate them for that. And I set up auth, but where is the action on PRs right here? And then I want to show an example of that. Yeah, here. And then we added the Prisma adapter. And then I'm gonna show. I didn't show this earlier, but there is an issue open about expires in versus expires at. This. Um, Yeah, I've looked at Pocket Base. It looks cool that you do have to self-host it, and then it only works on a single server, which seems fine, but it seems pretty cool. Yeah. All right, I merged that. That's the change that it made. I'll show that. This is the GitHub action. I think I also want to show like the check marks on pull requests, like this, like that. Then we'll talk about auth. I'll show it working. Then we'll talk about updating our dependencies and migrating to the latest version of Skeleton. And I'll show that this is what we changed. And also some of the other things. Seems fine. And in terms of the code, I will show the latest Prisma schema. And I'll show an example of the routes using different button classes like this variant field. You sure about that, Kubijiro? We have something similar. I think we didn't point it to the right thing though. Let's see. This is going to be it's in our RTS config. 100%. All right, here we go. Here we go. I am tired, Archie. I'm very tired. Thank you, Kubishiro. Here, how about this? Can you open a? If you know how to open a PR, open a PR so that way we can credit you for this. Actually, let me just double check. Let me double check. But open a PR so we can get your name on the repo. Does it feel like you did that earlier? It seems like it's working, and it seems like it knows what it is. So that's awesome. We're not. Yeah. Man, oh man. Will do. Yeah, appreciate it, Kubajar. I guess that was the fix. I don't know. I feel like I got close to trying that, but I didn't put the full name of the ambient TS file. Good call though. Good call. Great work. Great work. Yeah, I guess also including the word node modules might be a key thing there as well. Okay. Oh, we're gonna show. Yeah, we also have to show hooks sequence. In what we also learned in SvelteKit. Cool. I didn't do weekly news this past week because I didn't think there was any newsworthy of talking about. So maybe I'll do it again for this week, but we'll see. Basically, like I browsed all of the stuff I normally browse on stream. I browsed it off stream, and I was like, "There's nothing I want to talk about," so I didn't do one. All right, let's do a little summary video and then get the heck out. Well, I'm not gonna get out of here. I'll stream for another hour or so, and we'll just play some games. We'll hang out. But I'm exhausted. I'm beat. I can't do any more code today. All right. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to. What am I welcoming you to? No. AI was really hot, but I don't want to talk about it. Like I just don't care. I don't care. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Why is this so hard? Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to give a summary of the work we did in our project called Listed, which is an app that's going to allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. And and we work on it on every Friday over on twitch.tv/codinggarden. And specifically this Friday, we did a few things. So first of all, I merged some pull requests that people had. So Omar 2205 made a pull request that added a few more things to the issue template. So now, whenever you open an issue, they added these 2 checkboxes that say, are you sure this issue hasn't been opened before? And are you sure that you agree to the project's code of conduct, which is pretty nice. So thanks for making that. We also merged this pull request from Gabriel Forster. It's a pretty simple change to our ESLint ignore and prettier ignore, but they just had an issue on Linux where the linter was trying to look into the Docker data folder. So they just added that. Good to go. This was a really nice PR created by, again, Omar2205 that added GitHub actions to our repo. And we talked about how it all works, and it's actually pretty simple. So this is just a single file in our repo that says we're going to run this when there's a pull request into the main branch. It's going to spin up an Ubuntu machine, check out the current branch, use Node.js version 16, do a clean install of dependencies, and then run the linter. So if you've never used GitHub Actions before, they're pretty simple to set up. Literally, this just says run the linter whenever we get a pull request. And what's nice is now anytime a pull request was opened, if you see that green check mark, that means that the linter script passed. So big thanks to Oscar. I keep calling him Omar. Oscar for opening up this pull request. Because now that we've merged it in, every single PR that goes to our repo, it's going to run that linter first. And as the maintainer, I can know whether or not I should even look at a PR. Because if the PR doesn't pass the linter, and eventually we'll make sure that it passed the tests and also passes like a type check. If it doesn't, then the person that made the pull request has some work to do before I should look at it. So big thanks for opening that up. Next, we implemented Auth.js in our SvelteKit app. So if you're not familiar with Auth.js, it comes from the same team that created NextAuth, which is authorization for Next.js. But this is a project that is platform agnostic. So instead of just being for Next.js, they have an adapter for SvelteKit, an adapter for Solid, and pretty soon they'll have adapters for other backend frameworks as well. So we specifically were using the SvelteKit adapter to get Auth integrated. Now, if you watched my stream like a month and a half ago, there were a couple of bugs in the library, specifically when integrating with SvelteKit, but most of those have been resolved. So it was pretty smooth sailing getting everything set up. And it's pretty easy. You just install the dependency and then add this to your hooks.server in your SvelteKit app. In their example, they're using Google OAuth. We specifically are using YouTube OAuth. So if we look at our hooks.server, we're bringing in the Google provider and SvelteKit auth. And we're doing a little bit of validation on the 2 environment variables that we're bringing in. And then we set it up. So we have our Google provider. Right now, there actually is a bug in the library. The type definitions are not up to date. Tests. So right now there is a bug in the library. The type definitions. So right now there is a bug in the library. The type definitions are not up to date. It's complaining here, but the code works. So for now, we're just gonna leave the TS ignores here, but eventually that'll be fixed in the library, so we won't have to ignore those. But it's pretty simple. We just add this, and then now we have login with Google. One of the things you can see I'm doing here is we have actually 2 different handlers that need to run in hooks.server. And so we also learned about the sequence function from SvelteKit. And this essentially allows us to run multiple handler functions in a single hooks file. And that's kind of what we needed to do, because if you're familiar with our setup for localization, this handler detects the user's language based on the header, and that needs to run. But then this handler does all of the auth handling. But we want both of them, so we import sequence from SvelteKit hooks, and that will run them in order. So that was important to bring in as well. And then from there, it pretty much just worked. So why 500 internal error? Okay. So from there, it worked just fine. The OAuth flow was working, but we also wanted to integrate Prisma to store users in our database. And Auth.js also comes with a Prisma adapter. So we installed the Prisma adapter, and then we're including that Prisma adapter right here. You can see that I have a little to do. Eventually, once we start using more Prisma functions, once we start doing more Prisma stuff, we're going to want this in a shared file. But for now, we just defined our Prisma client there, and then we pass it in, and they actually give us the schema that we can use to automatically store sessions, accounts, and users in our database. So we essentially copied this over to our existing Prisma schema, and that adds all of the tables that Auth.js is expecting to exist. And now the OAuth flow automatically works and automatically inserts users into our database. So to see that in action, now when you're on the homepage, if you click sign up, that's going to redirect you over to Google. Click your account, you get redirected back. Right now it's super basic. We just have the name of the user, and then we have a nice little sign out function. But it's working wonderfully, and all of the data is in the database. So if I run Prisma Studio, we can actually see that data in my database. You can see I have a user in there. That's that Coding Garden user. There they are. And then you can see a user, Coding Garden, also has one account, which has my Google OAuth ID. So it was super nice that all we had to do was add those table definitions to our schema, and then Auth.js automatically integrated with those. One thing I'll note about our database schema is we did make a couple of changes. So for the let's get rid of this. Here. Specifically for the models that we copied over from their documentation, you can see that they're using CUID, which is a collision tolerant unique ID, but we specifically are using UUIDs from within that are generated by Postgres. So we did update all of those definitions on the models that we copied in. And then some of the other database changes we made, we actually changed the name of the table from feed and feed item and feed item meta to list item. So because the app is called listed, it made sense to keep calling our tables list instead of feed. So we added this all here. And then one of the things we talked about is because we're still early in development, like we actually haven't even deployed yet, it doesn't make sense to have multiple migrations. So we actually deleted the initial migration, and now our initial migration includes all of this stuff, the user table and session table and all of the list stuff, because since we're early in development, we don't really need to keep track of the changes until we have a consistent database schema that we're going to be using. And then we'll actually have, if we do need to change the database, then we'll keep track of those migrations. But for now, we actually deleted our old migration, and now we only have a single migration that creates all of those tables. Cool. And one tiny bug that still exists in, And one tiny bug that still exists when you're integrating with Prisma and Auth.js is this expires at column on the account. You'll notice if you look at my account, I have these expires in, and that's because the data that comes back from Google OAuth has an expires in field. And with NextAuth, which is what this is based on, they have an internal function that actually converts from expires in to expires at. There's currently an issue open on the Auth.js repo in deciding on which one to use. For now, we have to use this property. Once we set that up, the OAuth flow works perfectly. We can log in. We've got users in our database. It's pretty awesome. And then lastly, we updated some of our dependencies. So if you look at the files changed here, you can take a look at the package.json. We basically did a minor version bump of anything that had a more recent version. And the one thing that had breaking changes was the latest version of Skeleton. So if you look at their migration guide and you were on an older version of Skeleton before this version, there are a few changes that you need to make. So specifically, if you look in our So specifically, if you look in our Tailwind config, we had to change how we bring in this skeleton plugin. Before it was just requiring it. Now we invoke it and we spread it. So that fixed that. And then they had some breaking changes around the names of various classes. So for instance, like on our buttons, this class used to be called button filled primary, but now it's called variant filled primary. So we went through, we updated all of the class names that changed, and now everything's working just fine. And yeah, and if you're following the guide on the skeleton docs, AOA, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I'm in the middle of a YouTube video, but appreciate you. Thanks for bringing all your friends over. Hello. Well, hello. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a video that is, I guess I'm not following. Why am I not following? A video that is recapping all the stuff that we did today. So if you follow the latest documentation on Skeleton, it has you using the latest version, and it includes this. It's just if you were on an older version, then you'd have to upgrade. That's it for the changes today. Wait, is that all I want to say? We showed this. We showed this. That is it. Yeah. That's it for the changes today. And Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. So if this was useful to you or any of my other content is useful for you, please consider supporting me by becoming a patron, a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, a GitHub sponsor, or check out some of the merch that I have to offer. Definitely tune in every Friday where we're working on this same app. And I hope to see you in the next one. Viewers like us. Yeah, okay, that's it. All right, welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, what were you working on, AOA? Irish apple juice. Is that just whiskey? Figma, OBS, and design help. Nice. Glad to hear it. Thank you for that raid, and welcome in, Raiders. Oh, you're totally right, Origin. I didn't mention it, but it did get added to the repo, or it should have been. Huh. Maybe it wasn't. It could actually be, oh, it's ignored by default in the git ignore, I bet. Yeah, .env.star. I need to explicitly add this env.sample. I'll do that right now. Oh, glad to hear it, Diamond. Yeah, the moment we deploy, it'll probably be versatile. Well, I'm just gonna add it. Well, I guess. Yeah, because then it would ignore the changes too. You're right. I need to do both. I need to not ignore. Oh, it is. We do have that. Yeah, no worries, Stony. And thank you, AOA. Thank you for the raid. Am I doing this wrong? Oh, do I have it as sample instead of example? Man. I'll call it example. So I only have to update that. Yeah, you all got it. What did I change in my ESLint RC? Undo. 24 hours? There's no way. I don't have any special settings in Twitch chat, unless one of the mods turned it on. Refresh the page. Refresh the page. I think so, all cliffs. And if it doesn't get added, oh, they need to be following for one day. Who did this? I guess I might have done this. We've been in follower only mode all day? Sorry. Who did? I'm pretty sure. I think I did this when I did the subs only stream. Man, I'm sorry. I really don't like it when I come across a followers only stream because like sometimes I like to chat without following. So sorry, everybody. Yeah. Oh, welcome in anyway. You're free. I like your 7 TV paint too. That's awesome. Um, I'm using this one. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we're gonna commit this. Add example env. I should probably put this in the contributing guide too. Mr. Cerny, thank you. 5 months. Hello. Welcome in. TOS friendly apple juice. Nice. Are you not allowed to talk about alcohol on Twitch? I thought you could. Or like drink alcohol? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Example env is there. I have seen many streamers drink it on camera. Maybe it depends. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, that was fun. Let's get out of the software category and play some games. Tired of talking about code. What is this? Oh, sorry, Docker file. You can't drink alcohol for channel points, subs, bits, etc. That makes sense. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of like subtle breaking of the Twitch rules, but it's like the rules exist for certain people and certain types of things. I don't know. Honestly, I should in because we're talking about it, I should go make myself a drink. And let's play some City Guessr. Uh, great, great. Actually, this is gonna show up in the VOD on YouTube. I guess that's fine. I don't care. I don't care. Um, I'm open to it. America 2050. I'm open to it. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna change my today command over on Streamlabs. And I'm gonna make a drink. Uh, yeah. So if you check out the archive channel, all of the VODs get uploaded there. Also, I've been doing live streams on YouTube recently. So if you look at my main channel and click the live tab, you'll see some live streams there too. America 2050. What is your guess? Is this it? This is it. Okay. Yeah, I was live on YouTube earlier, mainly to get people to come over here. All right, I'll be right back. Relax. Just hang out. We're just gonna be playing some games. Import entire playlists into lists. Non-YouTube playlists can sync with individual folders. Good call, Codex. But yeah, it would be cool. So, I mean, right now, the way listed is going to work is... 1 second. So right now, listed is going to be just channels. But if we did like a playlist import, then it could be... we get all of the unique channels in that playlist and then add that. But honestly, we probably need to support regular plain old playlists too. Ultimately, it's probably just going to become like an alternative YouTube browser in a way. And then we're going to get shut down by the YouTube API. Yeah, I really like this new background. I generated it using Midjourney. Okay, but I'll be right back. I'm going to go make a drink, say hi to my dog, and then when we come back, we're going to guess some cities. Hello? I'm back. Back. Subbed on YouTube. Should I be subbed here? It's up to you. So subbing on Twitch costs money. subbing on YouTube is free. Unless you became a YouTube member, that costs money. We have spiced rum and cola in a blue cup, but it's a dark blue, so it's visible. So yeah, for the Mid-Journey images that I generate, and I'll show that. So if you didn't see when I showed these at the start of stream, this background here was generated using Mid-Journey. Yeah, I don't have any limes or lemons. Nectar of the gods. Yeah, I mean it's definitely high sugar because it's cola, but it's tasty. So I actually used Mid-Journey to generate these. It's fantastic. So the prompt was cyberpunk secret garden pixel art, and this is what it came up with. These three I didn't get to upscale because with Mid-Journey it generates 4 versions, and then you get to choose which one you want to upscale. But this generation got stuck at like 63% or like 93% or something like that. But they look really cool. This one was cool. It has like some weird artifacting on like the cactus, but it's really slick. You can regenerate, yeah, and that's what I ended up doing. But it gave me completely different stuff. Like this. This is cool. And so this is one that I did get to upscale. And then there's like this one. But yeah, all of these were all the same prompt, but just different times doing it. This is cool. Like the little like terminal there. That one's cool too. They're all cool. I like the digitized roots, and I mean it's also like pixel art, but it looks really cool. This one's cool, like with like the numpads and stuff like that. Yeah, and then I tried to get fancy with it. And is the React documentary out? I want to watch it. Yeah, I'm down to watch it. Honeypot is like they have really good video editors and stuff like that. I don't necessarily like reacting because then here's the thing: if I react to this on stream, then that is 200 less views that this video could potentially get if you all went and just watched it yourself. You know? Oh no, I mean, I don't think it's a joke, Nintendo, because like, I mean, a lot of people do react, but definitely check it out. I'll have to watch it later. Oh, Linux, did they have a thing about reacting to content? Or, I mean, they wouldn't talk about React.js, would they? Also, my partner got a bunch of cookies in the mail. So you can use Stable Diffusion locally. Is it as good as Mid-Journey? Because Mid-Journey is kind of insane. But yeah, I mean, these are like high quality mail order cookies. So for this one, I was like, all right, generate a room. I said like stacked cans of baked beans in the corner, ukulele hanging on the wall. I don't actually see that here. And then I also said a poster with the word code on it. But anytime you ask for words, it has no idea what to do with it. So like these are the words that it generated. Yeah, words are bad. Later on, actually, let me just log into my Mid-Journey account so I can show you. Actually, that's probably where I should show you everything. I think am I already logged in? Let me log in. Give me a second. I guess I should probably be in the just chatting category, even when we're playing City Guessr. Let's do that. I mean, honestly, we'll just look at all of them here. So you can, first of all, this was the first one that I generated, but it never completed. And then I started to look at what options you can pass in, and I noticed you could pass in 16 by 9. You can see these are squares, and I wanted like a 1920 by 1080 kind of thing. But these are slick, right? Like a little PC with those. But this one stopped at like 63% and then didn't go any further. And then same with this one. This one didn't complete. And then this one also didn't complete. So both of these was or the prompt was secret cyberpunk garden with digital plants. Secret cyberpunk garden with plants. And then this one I tried to get more specific, and then it wasn't as cool, but it was secret garden with vines and plants, old computer terminal in the center, cyberpunk aesthetic. It's still pretty cool, but I like how detailed and stuff it got with these. And then these I was able to upscale. So this was just the same plants. Secret cyberpunk garden with digital plants. And then I upscaled this one, I think. But I think the issue was I didn't realize when you click the button on Discord to generate the upscaled version, it doesn't immediately tell you that it's doing it. So I accidentally generated like the same thing over and over again and like ran out of credits because I just kept clicking it. I was like, nothing's happening, but it actually kicked off jobs in the background. So once I got this, I told it to upscale this one, and it gave me this. And then I think I accidentally clicked the variations, because if basically you get this first, and then you can choose, do you want to upscale one of these, or do you want to take one and create variations of it? I should have looked into it before I started clicking buttons, but this is an upscale, and then this is variations. And then I think this was just another, I was like, let's go again, because every time it gives you something completely different. And I think maybe this one didn't complete because I didn't upscale any of these. And these look really cool too. I think there are options you can pass into Midjourney where it changes things up. Yeah, like this one. That one's really cool. And then, yeah, I think what would that have been from? Yeah, so for what I generated variations of this one here. Accidentally. I didn't know what I was doing. And then these are more variations. I clicked the button too many times. More variations. And then these ones I upscaled. So I upscaled all 3 of these. What's up, Steven? Welcome in. So more variations. This was just another prompt, and then I went into upscaling. So yeah, this is an upscaled version. I really like this one. This was super cool. It's the coding garden. And that one. And then this was okay. This was a much longer prompt. Yeah, let me show you what I did on Discord really quick. So with Midjourney, when you're on your trial version, you have to join their Discord. And then after you join their Discord, wait, did I get one server unavailable due to a temporary outage? Also, that keeps happening with Midjourney. There are over 1 million users in the Midjourney Discord server. There it is. Okay, pop back up. Yeah, the server is like really hard to navigate. But once you run the trial, they have these newbies rooms. Try to find a newbie room that isn't moving 1 million miles a minute. Like probably one with a larger number. So yeah, this one. Like there aren't a bunch of messages coming in. this would probably be an okay channel to do, newbies 192 or whatever channel you're in, because any one of these is where you're going to do it, or where you can do it. Oh, that makes sense, Codex. Yeah, I read an article a while back from the Discord engineers talking about like their database scaling strategy and stuff like that. But once you're in the channel, then you use the bot. So you say /imagine, and then you put in a prompt, and it'll generate that. But you only get a certain number of free ones. And then once it generates it, well, first of all, you'll see it looking like this. So this is 0%, and then it'll gradually update. So 31%, and then it'll gradually update. And eventually, once it gets to 100%, it will look like this. And you can choose which one of these do you want, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And if you want to upscale one of those, you click this button. But like, let's say you like this one and you want more variations, you can click this button to get variations on that one. Why did they use Discord? I think mainly just so everything's in the public and it's way easier to moderate. Like, one of the things about image generation is people trying to generate things that are potentially inappropriate. I think they've done a lot of work to prevent that. If you search the web, you can find stable diffusion services that don't do any sort of filtering of queries. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that's the other thing, like Alka is saying, like, all of these images are technically hosted on Discord. Like, this is just it's just the Discord CD. So they don't even have to pay for image storage. The Rob White, thank you for the resub. Welcome in. Appreciate you. Did I miss that earlier, Mr. Zerny? I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for the 5 months. So yeah, it's a bit confusing, but once it's done, you have that. And then the other thing is you can look up their options. I just found an article where somebody was talking about it, but basically specify your prompt and then do comma AR169. And so that will make sure the images that get generated are like HD resolution, or not HD aspect ratio. Because like these are squares, but I specifically wanted something that was like a desktop wallpaper. Okay, you don't need the comma. Just that. And then I did some generating, like I was reading some articles, like you pass in version 4, but whenever I did that, it would not complete. So I did it without version 4 and they would actually finish. Let me look at my DMs. Maybe they eventually did complete. Let's actually look in my DMs. Okay, thank you, Alka. Yeah, if settings/view, and you can see all of the possible options. Yeah. Like, so I used --v4 and this never completed. It got stuck at 93%. But not using the --v4 just started working. Cool, but so that was a quick rundown of it. Let me show you. So I'll show you this first. So I said, secret cyberpunk garden with digital plants, stacked cans of baked beans in the corner, circuit boards and electronic parts scattered on the ground, ukulele hanging on the wall, poster on the wall with code in big letters. If you ask it to generate text, it's nonsense. They don't know how to do text very well. But I did upscale them because they looked pretty cool. So like these are the upscaled version. You can generate v4. Well, I think I got what I needed. And I'm probably gonna sign up for some like paid credits because so there's a place where you specify your settings and then it just uses those for everything else. That's pretty cool. So v4 is now the default. Yeah, I must have been looking at an old tutorial or article that was talking about using v4. But this is what got generated. You can see the text is like all weird and stuff. But then I tried to get clever. I said the letters CODE spelled out with tree roots and plant vines, pixel art. These look really cool, but it has no idea about text. I mean, I probably could take something like this C and like try to recreate my own. These are really cool. And then this was, I was going to try to do like one letter at a time. But even when I asked it for the letter C, I didn't even get the letter C. I got like the most random stuff. And then I have and then I tried again, the word code spelled out. And it was like, phooey? But what is code? I mean, there might be a way to do it. Honestly, like these tree vines and stuff just look so cool. Oh, apparently Midjourney has their own CDN too. But yeah, these look super cool. I don't know. Like several months ago, I tried it on stream, and this is what I generated. I did a beautiful secret garden pixel art. Version 4 has gotten so much better. Like this is what we ended up with last time. Now it's super cool, super cool. In the shape of a C, that could help. That could help. So yeah, if you're doing Stable Diffusion yourself locally, are you also training it? Like, are you providing it with like source images? Oh, they have pre-trained models? Okay. This is supposed to be a turtle cookie? Tastes a little bit like soap, honestly. Maybe it's the plastic bag that it was in. Let me turn off slow mode too. Let's guess some cities. I'm going to start with US because that's what I know. And then we'll try world. But I'm pretty ignorant of the world, so we'll see. All right. This is less HD, so it's kind of hard to see. The roads look bad. That could be anywhere in the US. Let's see if we can find a license plate. Or see a license plate. Oh, they're crossing on red. What are they doing? They're jaywalking.
Love some of these old brick.
I saw a box that was painted. It had like Mardi Gras colors, so maybe this could be like New Orleans.
From back in the day.
406 area code. That car has no license plate. Mountain West? Maybe. Oh yeah, there's snow on the ground. Okay, never mind. This is definitely not New Orleans. There's snow on the ground. I mean, is this Colorado? They do have front plates. This license plate is not familiar to me. Billings Mint. Is it Billings, Montana? Yeah. See you later, AOA. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for hanging out. We did it. GG. All right. This feels like maybe New England? Let's see. Cape Cod. Where is Cape Cod? I mean, I guess it could be any Cape. Massachusetts. Cape Cod? I don't know how to spell Massachusetts. How do you spell Massachusetts? Not Cape Cod, Cape Cod? Okay. The game is forgiving with spelling? Oh, that's good to know. Also, does this adjust the buzzer sound, America 2050? Because that's pretty loud. Is it Provincetown? Let's wait for a sign. I've never. I think Have I been to? Maybe I've driven through past Massachusetts. What's up, Nishark? I'm doing all right. We're just hanging out. Thank you, Sneaky Slaw. A big open museum town. I feel like a lot of older U.S. towns and cities look this way. Yeah, secret cyberpunk garden with plants. That's one of them. Or I think I also. What else did I say? Yeah, that's it. That's the prompt. Does your model let you pass in aspect ratio? 9 gigabytes. Designer's doc. All right, we're gonna go with Provincetown just because like I have no idea. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. MC Steel Toad got that right. Appreciate that. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I honestly I've never really seen an American city like this where there's people walking in the streets that also have cars on it. Typically, it's just cars or just pedestrians. It's kind of fascinating, but there have actually been a lot of studies that have shown when vehicles have to be so close to pedestrians, there are way less traffic incidents and fatalities because the cars are naturally like driving slower. Now, this is different from, I guess, the sidewalk being really close to like a busy road, which is like all over the U.S. But when you intermix pedestrians and cars, it's actually safer. Yeah, somehow it works. Yeah. Yeah, and obviously, like you have bad actors that could do things like that, but for normal people driving through, it's less incidents. Okay, no spoilers in the chat, but you can give hints. But don't guess actual states or cities. It's really loud. Okay, first of all, I-10. That goes across like most of the United States. Yeah, everything is US. So, but I-10, I guess not most. I guess it is the South. Never mind. So yeah, so it goes, I-10 is this stretch right here. Boom, 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 boom. Goes through Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas. So we're anywhere in that corridor, potentially. Corridor, is that the right word? I mean, it could be Texas. Is that a state flag? It looks white. I don't know what it is. Or is it? That's the flag for the DoubleTree. Numbered highways follow latitudes? In their numbering, you mean? But yeah, you have 10, 20, and then 40, 30. Odd numbers follow. Oh, I see. So you know what direction it runs. I see. Yeah, definitely Texas. Cool. Do we... That looks like a mountain. Where is there there's no mountains in Texas. Is that a mountain? What am I looking at? More like a hill? Those are apart. Okay. Never in my life have I seen a mountain. That's a mountain that has like antennas and stuff on it. I have no idea where this could be. Like, I've been to Houston, I've been to Dallas, I've been to like South Texas. There are no mountains in Texas. Codex says, yeah, but I guess because if it's on I-10, then where would the mountains actually be? El Paso? Hunt Plaza. One of the map variants show elevation. Is it satellite? That's not a mountain. Okay, maybe it's not. El Paso. Look at that. El Paso. Nice. Yeah, I think, did Codex guess that? Yeah, Codex guessed that. I'm so curious. A mountain in El Paso. Franklin Mountains State Park? Have I been to El Paso? Where's the Air Force training? That's San Antonio, isn't it? I've never been to El Paso. Where is El Paso? Yeah. Paso's left. Far left. Oh, I see. I thought I-10 went down, but I-10 actually does go up. Way over here. I see. Franklin Mountains State. That's it. Franklin Mountains. I had no idea. Fascinating. I think here's the, like, I guess I've realized this recently, like going on road trips and stuff. Texas is so big, and I really only know like this piece of it and like this piece of it. Like I know nothing about like the other half of Texas. We were on a road trip, literally driving for like 8 hours and still in Texas the whole time. Yeah, no, exactly. That's exactly what Codex says. You can drive for like 12 hours and still be in Texas. So yeah, that's cool. All right, we're in a place that has moose, so maybe it's close to Canada. Teton. I don't know where. I've heard of like Grand Teton. Again, no exact guesses in the chat, just hints. Where are the Tetons? And don't answer that. I mean, I guess you can if you want to give a hint. Let's see. Oh, you can ask America 2050. They're the ones that actually made this. A place on the map. Those are foothills. Those are not mountains. Those are the hills leading up to the mountains, right? You know the name? These are made out of antlers. That's crazy. Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Cool. If you've ever watched Silicon Valley, the CEO of Hooli and a few of the other CEOs go on a. They have vacation homes in Jackson Hole. All right, we are on one of the coasts. You were there. I surprisingly have never been. I mean, I live in Denver, so I mean, I could drive there probably. That's probably like a, I don't know, 8-hour drive. Look at the shadow, and you know what coast. Is that real? I'm not smart enough to figure that out. Oh, you're right. It could be the Gulf of Mexico. I guess it could be Florida? South Coast? What's up, Timmy? Welcome in. I mean, I think again, like Florida doesn't have mountains. Florida is just all under sea level, right? So this has to be. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be Florida. What flag is that? I don't even know what flag that is. Welcome in, Crazy Vulcan. Yeah, I don't know what flag that is. If I knew area codes, that would help me.
And especially during the week.
Is the Greece flag? That's funny.
What did you say?
Florida has palm trees, yeah. People are telling me to check the shadows, but I don't know how to do that. I do think it is. I think it's West Coast. Oh. Okay. A very conservative West Coast. I mean, it feels like California, but I don't know. All right, we'll put in the California guess. Okay, it's California. Gotta figure out what city we're in, though. Apparently it's California. Guess any conservative California city. Don't say the city. You could give me a hint. Like, give me a hint. Is it north or south? South. So like, is it San Diego? Let's just guess San Diego. It's San Diego. Cool. I've never been to San Diego. I've only been to San Francisco. I've never been to LA. I was at the Microsoft Build conference. That's in San Francisco in 2014. And then I was also at like a wearable devices conference in San Francisco in like 2013 or 2015. I've always wanted to drive the coast. The PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway. Yeah, I guess, oh man, now that I think about it, almost 10 years ago. The Microsoft Build conference was really cool. They gave every single attendee got an Xbox. But a lot of attendees couldn't accept it because in the corporate world, you can't accept gifts except for like under certain circumstances. Yeah, all right, let's go to the next one. In Truck Simulator, yeah. Oh, you moved to the you moved from Bay Area to LA. Cool. All right. Yeah, any gift under $20 you can accept. I don't. Somehow I was able to keep it, and then we actually set the Xbox up at the office I was working at. Yeah. No, they literally gave me, like, I had to I bought another bag so that I could check it on the airplane. Well, not check it. Maybe I did check it. I don't know, but yeah, they literally had just Xboxes stacked up to give out. Certain companies have it, and it's really just to prevent corruption, right? Like, because Microsoft giving a free Xbox to someone that works at another company could be like a bribe, so that next time the company is looking for a particular vendor, then they might be more incentivized to choose Microsoft because they got a free Xbox. Yeah, they just don't want bribes to happen. All right. I can't tell by the trees. We're gonna have to watch a little more. I was gonna say, like, can I even tell where this is by this first image? I don't think I can. Like, it feels like this actually could be the Midwest, but I don't know. I could be completely wrong. Is it Orlando? Is this Orlando, Florida? I'm totally off. Well, where did you see Seaside, Alka? Oh, right there, right there. Man, okay. GG. All right. There's a city in the distance. Ohio. Okay, no, no spoilers. Okay, it's not Ohio. Good, good. If you have hints, only give hints. Don't give exact answers. Yep. Whoa! Those are some wild. They almost got hit.
I don't even know how long.
Am I allowed to hack the page, America 2050, so I can rewind? Like, they did not care. They almost got hit.
Like, how much memory a memory card, like, how much memory does 4K video take? Probably a lot.
So well, actually, after this one, we're gonna go do world. There's a link to the video. Oh, but if I click that link, it's gonna spoil it. I won't click it yet. All right, no license plates on the front of the cars. That's one hint we can use. Are there yellow license? I didn't see a license plate at all yet.
Remaining 4 hours, 9 minutes? That doesn't sound right, though.
The state of Colorado has license plates on the front of cars. I guess yellow could be New York. This does not look like the New York skyline, because I thought, like, oh, you could be in like Brooklyn and you're looking that way, but maybe this is the Brooklyn skyline? As far as I know, New Jersey, yeah, I guess New Jersey has like light yellow license plates, but I think New York, your plate has to be on the front of the car. I can't tell what kind of plate that is. It has a blue bar at the bottom. Illinois? What's up, Judge J-Lo? Is it Illinois? Is that Chicago? Did I spell Illinois right? Indianapolis. Is it Indianapolis in Indiana? Wait, are we in Illinois looking at... Oh, Indiana. It is Indiana. Okay. I'm just gonna skip this one because, yeah. But let's go look at this on YouTube so we can see those people almost get hit at the beginning. Oh, I see. It actually it starts at a specific timestamp. These people do not care. I guess they weren't that close to getting hit. From this angle, it looked like it, but also that van did not slow down at all. Oh, good to know, Judge J-Lo. I've never been to Indiana before. I have an extension on YouTube called Enhancer for YouTube. But yeah, America 2050 is the creator of this website, so they probably could add European cities. I think somebody asked about that, right? Like Timmy. It's just a matter of finding like walking videos on YouTube of European cities to add them. All right. The thing is, I know nothing about Argentina, Japan, or Spain. Guess the country may contain sensitive videos. What do you mean by that? Just in terms of the food? I want to do the food one if it's like street food and stuff like that. Animal parts? Food could be fun. Weird food in China? Totally fine. Right, here we go. Okay, so, I mean, we'll guess China. It's not. Is it Taiwan? How do you spell Taiwan? It's not China or Taiwan. Thailand. Obviously, I don't know. I don't know languages very well. But she's speaking Thai? Oh, and then the text back here is Thai as well? Okay. Good to know. I don't know much about it. But yeah, no direct spoilers. If you have a guess, give me a hint instead of the direct answer. It's either the USA or Mexico? Not USA. It's English speaking. Oh, okay, this could be anywhere in the world. Chicken nugget and chips. Ohio. Let's wait till they walk around. Or are we only gonna see this one? I guess you're right. It could be another country and that has English because they know they get a lot of English-speaking tourists. Nice. It is Asian food, so maybe it is an Asian country? Yeah, I've never been to Singapore. Do they put English labels on a lot of stuff? I'm getting hungry too. Maybe we shouldn't do this. Philippines. Okay. This does not look like the US. Hime knows where it is. Okay, don't spoil it. You can give hints, but do not spoil it. They have food ratings. I guessed USA, it didn't work. Okay, let's just try Thailand. Let's try Philippines. I probably spelled that wrong. Singapore? You can skip ahead with the arrows. Where are the arrows at? Currency is dollar. Is it Canada? Is it United Kingdom? Oh, on my keyboard. Nice. Canada? Portuguese tarts?
Do you make them?
English accent. Is it or Australian accent?
Do you make them? Oh.
Yeah, I think it's Australia, isn't it? No, it's not. Or New Zealand. There we go. New Zealand. Let's listen to the accent a bit more.
You must have the meanest feet at home.
Yeah, good call, Mark Boots. It's literally English everywhere.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, on to the next one. Again, no direct guesses. You can give hints. And thank you, Justin Tap. Thank you. Cheers. Is it China? I mean, again, I'm showing my ignorance. Like, I guess when the characters are stylized, I actually can't tell if it's Chinese or Japanese. Like this one time I was actually looking at Japanese text, but it was stylized, so it was blocky, so it made it look like it was Chinese. I guess we'll guess China. It's China. All right. Hong Kong street food. I mean, I guess you make a good point, Judge Dalo. Like there are like a lot of Chinatowns across the U.S. too. Oh, this one has subtitles. That's Japanese, right? No. Is that Korean? No. It's Taiwan? It is Taiwan. Let's keep watching though. It just never stops. Okay, yeah, we would have gotten it here because .tw is Taiwan. They did that on purpose. I was like, is he just doing this for the camera? But look at that. They literally sell giant ice cream cones. $1.13? Well, I mean, you have to convert the currency. All right, next one.
Looks very good.
Sounds like a European accent? Let's see. I don't think that's an okay word to use anymore, sipping tears. That's okay. Yeah, I won't talk about it on stream, but if you look it up, there's a lot of baggage around the word, and it's typically often like used in a derogatory term. As a derogatory term. You know exactly where this is? I don't know what that is, America 2015. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. They're pancakes of some kind? Oh, well, that's English. Rifkuchen? Is it the Netherlands? Potato pancake. Croatia? Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, I thought they had like a European accent when they were speaking English. There's stuff in the background. I'm gonna assume that's Polish. Is this Poland? No, it's not Poland. Okay. And Puffinstein, thank you very much for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Too many vowels for Polish? It's Croatian? Are we in Croatia? At this point, I have no idea. It's not Croatia. Now let's get past these potatoes. Did you know America 2050 using the number keys navigates between the video? Because like I don't know if you could do this on YouTube, but like 1, or does it? Yeah, 1 goes to the beginning, 2, 3, 4, 1 to 9. Okay, yeah. He did say it? Okay, okay. Copyright! Is it the Czech Republic? Okay, we'll try Czech Republic because I have no idea. Chechnya? Oh, Czech Republic. Got it. This is potentially triggering for people. A lot of raw meat. I'm gonna fast forward. Yeah, the question mark didn't work. Yeah, another European country. I'm getting hungry now. We're gonna have to stop watching these. This will be the last one. Because I'm hungry. For some people, raw meat is triggering, yeah. Wait, I wanted to see that ketchup bottle. Can I frame by frame it? Yeah, here we go. Frame by frame. Yeah, and that's actually a really good point, Codex. There are people that are not vegans and vegetarians that don't want to see raw meat. They just want to be blissfully unaware of what actually goes into their food. It just says barbecue. Is it Italy? Mattiuzzi. It is. All right, we gotta stop it with the food videos. All right, let's just do a couple more across the whole world. I'm probably gonna be really bad at this. So, America 2050, is world basically just these 4 countries? Or is it more than just these 4 countries? Whole world? Okay. Again, I only know the US and barely know the US. Like, I don't know what flag this is. I don't know what flag this is. Is it Guatemala? Is it Argentina? Come on. Or Argentina. That's not working. Okay. There's users with that flag? Well, I didn't see the whole flag. Can I can't fast forward on this one or rewind. Denver. Yeah, I have no idea what that one is. The flag is Argentinian, but it doesn't mean it's in Argentina. Okay. Is it Guatemala? Yeah, Yeah, I'll go ahead and put. I think somebody already mentioned that. Thank you, Marvin. Yeah. Okay. I can't begin to guess this. Does anybody know what city this is? This is probably like a really popular town square in Guatemala. Where is Guatemala? Here. See, I don't even know. Guatemala City. Guatemala. Guatemala. It's literally called Guatemala. Guatemala. Look at hey, I got that before anybody in chat. uh, yeah. Mods, can you take care of that? Are there still mods here? Thank you. All right. Looks nice. There are flags. I have no idea where this is. It looks like Europe. There's the cobblestone streets. It's got to be Europe, right? Agreed, the Time. If anything, this place is beautiful. Don't know where it is, but it's beautiful. Welcome in, Ryan. Glad to see you. In what country do they call banks bancas? Bancas? Or in what language? It doesn't have to be a country, but the language. Bancas? Bancas? Lithuania? It is Lithuania. You know what city it might be? The place is lit. Lithuania. All right. Now, do I know where Lithuania is? No. No, I don't. Tell me where is Lithuania? Oh, here, I found it. Yeah, maybe it's the big one on here, Vilnius? Yes. Very good. All right. We're gonna end on the USA because I really don't know the rest of the world that much. This is fascinating. This is the USA, but like some really old buildings. So probably East Coast. Oh, Tennessee? How good is your oh, that's the Hampton Inn. It's a hotel. How good is your typo fixing? Because I think I spelled Tennessee wrong, but you got it right. And then Nashville? Yeah, look at that. All right. Yeah, I thought it was New England too with these old buildings. I had no idea Nashville had really old buildings like this. Fascinating. Oh, you can use the 2-letter state code? That's awesome. All right, let's do it again. Or do another one. There's music. I will not, not play. I see no landmarks of any kind. There's a flag that might have some identifying information. No landmarks. Canada. But it's got to be in the US somewhere. Clearwater? Yeah, Ryan. Of course. Somewhere in the south. It does look like it's in the south. I would agree with that. I don't know where. Is that the Mississippi River? Is it? I don't think it's racist to say this might be the South. I think, like, if you look at the greenery, like the types of plants that are growing, and then I don't know what feeling gave me it was the South as well, but I also felt that way. A big river, so it's probably the Mississippi River. Oh, glad to hear it, Ryan. Yeah, a lot of people found that pretty useful, the Mac setup. But look at the Mississippi River. It starts right here, and then it just cuts the United States in half. All of this, pretty sure. Isn't that the Mississippi? No, apparently that's the yeah, Mississippi River. So, the Mississippi River goes all through here. Watch it not even be the Mississippi River. In the Missouri River. I'm not familiar with the Missouri River. Where is that? In Missouri? Does it split? Yeah, so it's the Missouri splits off from the Mississippi? No. This is the Mississippi. This is the Ohio. I don't even it becomes the Ohio River? Isn't it the same when it changes its name? I have no idea. I mean, I think it's technically considered a separate river. I mean, rivers are highways for fish, but they're also they're heavily used for commerce, right? So a lot of ships will deliver goods along the Mississippi River, feeding ground for bears. Yeah. So it's basically like a super highway for boats and deliveries. How am I supposed to know where this is? I have no idea. I think all the videos are from YouTube. Basically, so America 2050 is the developer of this. They worked on this site, but I think they went and searched all across YouTube and then found the videos they wanted to use and kind of like categorized them. Oh, thanks, Ryan. Thanks for the kind words. Give me some identifying information, right? Georgia? Let's just guess Georgia. Wrong. Let's just guess all the southern states. Texas. Louisiana. Mississippi. Alabama. Ooh, it's Alabama. Okay. So it is Alabama. And then let's just guess a major city. Yeah, 2% chance of getting it right. Let's guess Montgomery. Yeah, nice. All right. Let's do like 3 more, and then I'm gonna go get some food because I'm hungry. I'll try to do another code Q&A next week. Yeah. One more. No license plate on the front. Is that your? That's not your. Don't dox yourself. All right, we should get a good look at this license plate. I have no idea. It's in the north. I don't know. Connecticut? Connecticut? Is it Massachusetts? Do you think it's Massachusetts, Ryan? You said you're from there. I can't get a good look at the license plates. Look, a mountain, that's a hill. But, okay, it might be a mountain. Illinois? New York? Oh, that's substantially larger than the other one. I don't know. Let's just see if it's New York. It is not New York. This does not look like Colorado to me. And also the plates don't look like Colorado. Montana? It does, like, I mean, I made that face because this does not look like Montana. I guess I don't know what Montana looks like. Montana, like, has big mountains, like the Rocky Mountains. All right, do we guess Helena? What city in Montana do we guess? Where's Helena? Hannah, Montana? That's funny. Let's try Helena. It is Helena. Right there, I didn't see it. What's the capital of... I thought Missoula was the capital of Montana? A bit left. Oh, there it is, Helena. Man, I know nothing. I know nothing. I guess I would have learned this, like, what? In the 5th grade or 6th grade? When do you learn US geography? Is this Florida? I do see palm trees. Let's just assume it's Florida. It's not. It's not Florida. Yeah, I mean, technically, it's part of the Common Core in the U.S. U.S. Geography grade. What grade do you learn U.S. Geography? Fourth and 5th grade? Here's the thing. I went to school in Germany when I was in 4th and 5th grade. And in 5th grade, I took a German immersion class. So everything I learned was in the German language. So I also learned anatomy in the 5th grade, but I only learned it in German. Like the Brustbone, that's all I remember is the Brustbone, and there's like, but I never learned it in English. So now I don't remember what any of it is. So if we did American geography in German, then I wouldn't remember what it is. I don't even speak German anymore. No. Brustbein? I don't even remember what it was. I remember the breastbone. The breastbone is a part of anatomy. Also, I don't think I did US geography in 5th grade. I think we did like world geography, because I also remember talking about like the Aztecs and the Mayans in that class. I don't know. Basically, by taking a German immersion class, my childhood, the stuff I should have learned in middle school is not right. Where is the library? You don't say Bibliothek in German, do you? You don't learn the U.S. states, but it was a military school, so it was like a Department of Defense school. I don't know what their standards go by. But yeah. Okay. You do say Bibliothek in German? That's funny. Netherlands does world geography in that grade? Okay. If it's not Florida, then maybe it is California. But then we have to figure out what city it is. So it is California. Malibu? How do we know? I only know biblioteca from Spanish, like donde está la biblioteca. So maybe it does have a Latin root. Santa Monica. Let's see if we get any identifiers of where it might be. Is it Los Angeles? (90210) vibes? Los Angeles? It is Santa Monica. Good job, Pixel Whiskey. All right. 2 more. Yeah, I'm going to let myself use... So no hints. You can... I'm sorry, no direct guesses. You can give me hints in the chat, but no direct guesses. And I am going to use Google on this one. So USA 614 area code. Ohio. So, are we in Ohio? Yes. All right. What city in Ohio? I guess we just guess Columbus. Beautiful. All right, we're just going to speed run it. We're going to go until we can't get it. Oh, and he's even moving really fast, too. All right, we have nothing we can Google so far. There's going to be a phone number on this for sale sign. Moving too fast. He's running. He's running. I mean... Okay, that was not... they did not stop at that stop sign. I know it is like a residential area. There's not a lot of traffic, but they just blew through that stop sign. Come on. I see America 20... Yeah, so America 2050 found all of these videos. So if you couldn't find a video for a specific U.S. state, this was like the only one you could find. Please come to a complete... No, stop! Stop, man! This is triggering. This is triggering, because there are so many people that don't come to a complete stop around here, where I live. I haven't seen the React documentary. I'm gonna have to watch it tonight. From the preview that I saw was like really great. Like Honeypot, the channel that makes it, they do really good stuff. So like they're really good at editing, and it felt like a real documentary, you know, like a documentary you'd see on Netflix or something like that, at least from the clips that I saw. The Northeast states? New England? Oh yeah, you're totally right. We can just click this button. Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And Coding with Benji, thank you very much for the 7 months. I didn't like that one. We weren't in a city at all. You live in New Hampshire? Nice. All right. What's the point of playing? I'm just speedrunning at this point because I'm going to go pretty soon. On that one, I didn't want to guess, and I didn't want to see that person running more stop signs, so that's why I cheated. I can't skip on this one. We have to watch the whole thing. San Francisco, California? Not California. We could Google track. Well, that's not a very Googleable thing. Oh, this reveals the answer. I see. This could be revealing. Okay. Arizona, New Mexico, maybe? I don't know why. I just had an intuition. I've literally never seen this before. So it is Arizona. And then let's just guess Phoenix. It's Phoenix, Arizona. All right. All right. Here we go. We're in Chinatown, so I'm just gonna guess New York, New York, New York. No, it's not. It could be San Francisco, California? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's Chinatown in San Francisco. West Virginia. What is a city in West Virginia? I know what you all are singing, but they don't say a city of West Virginia, do they? Country road. Charleston? Look, literally no city in West Virginia is big enough to even show on the map. Charleston? Where is isn't there like a Virginia Tech or something like that? A coding garden cover? No. That song is just so overplayed. I don't want to do a cover of it. What was the other big West Virginia city? Huntington? Harrisonburg? No, that's Virginia. Huntington. Capital of West Virginia, I don't know. Charleston. Did I not guess Charleston? It's not Charleston. Charleston? Charleston. Morgantown? I have never heard of Morgantown. What are they known for? Things to do in Morgantown, West Virginia. They have a park. They've got an art center and a theater. And everything shuts down at 9 p.m. Okay, next one. That's what that looked. I'd never heard of that university, but it did look like a university thing. All right, the JFK Museum is where? Plan your trip. Is it in Washington, D.C.? This one. Cape Cod? Massachusetts? Wait, is it really Hyannisport? How am I ever going to guess Hyannisport? Massachusetts. Hyannisport. Cape Cod? You went to San Francisco and everything. Hyannis. It is Hyannis. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just Hyannis and not Hyannisport. Yeah, Hyannis. Okay. Like I said, we're speedrunning it. I'm gonna Google. Google things. I thought this looked familiar. I don't know. Tower City Center. Cleveland, Ohio. Cool. I want to see more of this video though, because this looks like a cool building. Why not stop playing? Because I'm addicted. I want to see more. Take a screenshot, and then use reverse image search. Would that actually work? I guess of like known things like that building probably would have worked. Landmarks. Yeah, screenshots of landmarks would probably work. This person's real shaky. I mean, it kind of feels like New Orleans, but I've never seen this part of New Orleans, if it is New Orleans. I guess let's just guess that. No, it's not. Right, I can't deal with all the motion. It's Georgia, Savannah, Georgia. All right, last one. Is it Colorado? Not Colorado. Yeah, Denver. It looked almost like Cheeseman Park for a second, but I don't know this building. Baltimore, Maryland? Park of Montreal? Yeah, this is me. This is the IRL stream that I did. It's not Maryland. I mean, yeah, I mean, for a second, this also looked like City Park in Denver. Evanston? Never heard of that. Don Brothers Coffee. A goose sign? Fresh roasted since 1987. It could be anywhere. But it's probably one of these states. Probably not Texas. Wisconsin? It's not Wisconsin. Minnesota? It is Minnesota. They have 35 locations in Minnesota. We're gonna go with Duluth. It's not Duluth. Minneapolis? Nice. All right, let's do one more because I cheated on that one. One more. All right. Ostock, thank you for the 9 months. Initial feeling, Seattle, but I don't know if they have trees like this in Seattle. Let's see. You're right, Damon. I'm gonna stop here, and I'm not gonna cheat on this one. I'm gonna do my best. So, no spoilers in the chat, only hints. Okay, it's not Seattle. Convention Center, Capitol Theater. Were there scooters? What's the newspaper? City Weekly, but what city is it? It's true. We didn't get to see the bus. The bus probably would have told us. Is it Salt Lake City? I've only ever driven through Salt Lake City. Okay, Stone Anvil spoiled it, so I'm gonna do one more. No spoilers in the chat. Only hints. No spoiler. No direct guesses. Focus. It is a pretty clean city. Okay. No, stop. I didn't get to see what was on the front of the bus. Is it Michigan? I don't know. I don't know where he's Stone Anvil. That's pretty mean, Shadow. Do you just walk up to people and insult them all the time? And then you just say JK, but you weren't really joking, but then you realize that like nobody thinks what you said was funny. Bagel Project? I don't think this is New York. I mean, it's not New York City. Maybe it could be. It's just a prank. Okay, here we go. Richmond Ballet, Richmond, Virginia. Yeah, all right. We did it, everybody. That was fun. All right, definitely go play this game. Super cool, created by America 2050 in the chat. GG, everybody. And thanks for hanging out with me. We did some coding earlier, but it's nice to just chill for a little bit. Hopefully you all had a good day today. You have a good weekend. And I'll see you next week. Keep an eye on the schedule. I'll update it probably either Sunday or Monday for when my next streams are going to be. And keep an eye on the Discord, and then also join the mailing list, because I might go live on Sunday to do the news, but I may not. So, do I feel pride and accomplishment by guessing without cheating? Yeah, I do. I feel better. I do. All right, let's get out of here. Follow me on Twitter. Follow all my YouTube stuff. All that good stuff. Everyone have a nice weekend as well. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you all. Thanks for being part of the community. And I hope to see you next week. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.